This video contains subject matter that may be offensive and disturbing to some people. If you are the type to require a warning throughout a video or show, let this message serve as your warning. This channel discusses the harsh reality of true crime. If this warning is not sufficient for you, consider a different genre and unsubscribe from my channel immediately. That's what they look like all day. Yeah. Just sitting there, not a care in the world. And that's not a photograph, that's actually them right there. Yep. I can't even prove it. I could yell their name. Chloe! Chloe! Okay. What? You woke me up. You woke me up. Hey, thanks, Zozo. Okay, well, tonight we're going to be doing an old serial killer. I don't even know. Oh yeah. So I'm looking into this missing person case in Oregon. Hell, now I can't even remember their name because I got so sidetracked on it. Oh yeah, the Martin family from 1959, and I'll be doing that one soon. But in that when I was doing that one, this other couple went missing as well with their two kids, and they said, hey, it's sort of similar, but that's in Oregon and this was in Maryland. They weren't related. But then I looked at that for a minute, and then I just kept looking through it, and then I was like, oh wow, this is crazy. So then I actually switched gears after I'd worked almost the whole day on the Kenneth Martin case, and switched gears and got all of the stuff that I could find in the newspapers and whatnot on, this guy. I'm sure there's some different stuff out there here and there. But, yeah, wow, it was kind of an interesting day, that's for sure. So I'll be doing the Martin family as well, probably 1959, and I might even drive out to where their house was, and then out to the gorge where and let's, by going through the articles, let's see if we can theorize on a place that they might be. Okay, but I'll be starting that one tomorrow. That might be almost like Malvina Krutz, where it's like a 2 or 3 nighter, because it's each article is really long, and it's just, they covered it endlessly. So there you go. That was what I was doing today, and then I switched over to and found this other serial killer that I'd never heard of. I'm sure none of you have heard of it, but you'll claim. Some of you will say, "Oh yeah. I've heard of him." Yeah. Nobody's heard of this guy because he's from 1950 something, and he just wasn't cool to talk about. Yeah. Sandy Lee G. All right. Right. Nobody's heard of him that's in here. You'd have to be like just randomly have watched something or yeah, I'm sure you do, video. Sure you do. All right, here we go. Let me get to the Let me get to it. All right. So you guys will just have to, if you want to send in super chats and whatnot. I don't know when I'll be taking a break because I got to get through this whole thing. So instead of me having to do like you know, the Apple and all that kind of shit, if you guys could just, you know, remember, you know, keep the juices flowing, because we have another mission here. You know, we're trying to make it so that I can keep doing this shit and to donate to the charities, and we're trying to build up the DNA fund and finish off the third case and then get started on a fourth one. Okay, I just want to keep going. You know, I want to be basically, you know, in 2 or 3 years that we've funded the solving of 4 or 5 of these things. Okay, and hopefully you guys feel the same way. Yeah, you can do waves, whatever the hell you want to do. I just, you know. All right, let me get to the different screen here. All right, so we're going to go back. This is 1957, and it's weird because I found it backwards, you know, the order. But we're going to start off with this first case here. Or at the time, nobody knew who, you know, why they died or anything. But I mean, look at these, how long some of these articles are. They're crazy. But I don't expect to have more than like 120 people watching, because there's Summer Wells conversations. That's the thing, is like now it's hard to do a show. When I'm doing the show, there's always somebody going over that case, and so many people are interested in that. Before, it was like, you know, there's no, I don't know how to explain it. It just sucks. Sucks all the oxygen out of the room for no reason at all. There's nothing new, nothing interesting still to be discussed. And then maybe at some point there'll be breaking news, and boom, we'll be able to talk about it. Thank you, Ria Mazaron and Eugenie. Yeah, we've covered them all over the place, Lori. You must be confused. Yeah, not just finally on your coast. They've been all over the place. Yeah. Texas, you know, California, Florida. You think you're confused. Thanks, Kit Kat. All right, here we go. This is the very beginning here, where the first articles that popped out. And these 2 victims are Mary Elizabeth Fellers and Shelby Venable. All right. Thanks, Kit Kat. Yeah, it's not really so mean. It's like, hey, you're finally doing one on my coast. Well, we've done them all over the place. You know, it's not like we're neglecting a coast. All right, here we go. X-ray may identify girl's body. Remains taken from the Potomac River near Brunswick, maybe from Beltsville. And also, let me open up Google Earth here. I had to reboot a minute ago to get some connections made again. Yeah. Yeah, Ted Bundy was in Florida, all over the place. Yeah, you should go watch all the rest of them. We've covered 5 or 6 serial killers. Thanks, Zozo and Candalee Woodward Stone. It's funny how I covered him before. There it is. Serial Killers Sundays. All right, so I just want to be on Melvin David Rees. Melvin, Jesus. What a Melvin. What a Melvin, everybody. All right, so yeah, Mary Elizabeth Fellers and Shelby Venable. Okay, so hand and foot X-rays of a nude girl found dead in the Potomac River near Brunswick Saturday were taken this morning at Frederick Memorial Hospital in an effort to determine her age group. Dr. Thomas R. Reed of Frederick said he would examine the X-rays closely this afternoon. He said he felt certain it could be determined whether she was an older person. If so, that would rule out the possibility that she might be a Beltsville girl who was 18 when she disappeared 9 days ago. Okay, so now we finally know that it was how many days ago it was. I hadn't seen that, so it must have been it was on June 2nd. All right, so we have that now. X-rays taken from Frederick Memorial Hospital this morning may bring positive identification of the body of a nude girl first spotted by a fisherman in the Potomac River near Brunswick. So I guess we can go over to the Potomac River. And thanks, Angie Pangie and Georgina Stoliker. Yeah. So there's Brunswick, Maryland. Okay, and that's probably the Potomac. That is the Potomac. All right. So here's Brunswick. Okay. Now, the identification was made by a sister. So a sister already came by and said that was Mary Elizabeth Fellers. The identification was made by a sister, Miss Louise Myers of Laurel, after the parents of the missing Fellers girl, who earlier reviewed the body, split in their opinions as to whether it was their daughter. Irwin Fellers, the father, didn't think so. His wife thought it probably was the girl. I think the father was probably just in denial. State police said an autopsy had disclosed no scars or marks of any kind to indicate foul play, and all indications pointed to drowning. But Captain Charles W. Maga pointed out that the possibility of foul play had not been entirely ruled out. Another source said it could not be certain yet that someone didn't hold her head underwater. A positive identification apparently hinged on what Dennis would say after he examined X-rays. The autopsy had shown that 7 back teeth and 7 extracted from the victim's mouth apparently included wisdom teeth. I mean, you see the detail back in the 50s? You don't get anything like that today. There's no way in hell you'd hear anything about any of that stuff. Authorities said there was a possibility that the wisdom teeth of the victim had not cut through the gums, which would account for the disparity. There was also the possibility, however, remote, that the extraction of teeth had been made by another dentist. A Brunswick source said Mrs. Myers made her positive identification of the body from these characteristics. The earlobes were pierced and were those of her sister. There was a resemblance in the shape of the nose to that of the Fellers girl. The color of the red lacquer on the girl's toenails matched the nail polish that Miss Fellers used. There were similarities about the bottom of the ears to that of the missing girl. Isn't that earlobes? The victim and Mary Elizabeth were about the same size and build. The father and mother had come to the C.H. Feet and Brother Funeral Home in Brunswick early Sunday morning to look at the body and give their differing views. Miss Feller disappeared in company of Shelby Jean Venable. So they disappeared together, these two people, of North Laurel Park. So where's North Laurel Park? So over, I don't know if that's still there or not. That's just City Park there, so I think that might not be there anymore. They were last seen by Miss Feller's younger brother, Irwin Jr., and they got into a light blue car and drove away. So they got into somebody's car intentionally. The brother reported it was said that there was one man in the car. Mr. and Mrs. Venable also came to Brunswick and determined that the girl was not their daughter. The girl was, Miss Venable was reported to have said the girls were happy at home and had not run away. What? Mr. and Mrs. Venable also came to Brunswick and determined that the girl was not their daughter. Miss Venable was reported to have said the girls were happy at home and had not run away. Okay, I see what you're saying. She said they must have been taken by force. A positive identification of the body as Miss Feller would lead this further mystery at what happened to Miss Venable. I don't know what the hell they were saying there. B. Lee Feet, Brunswick funeral director, said hundreds of persons had come in to his establishment over the weekend to look at the body. Jeez, really? Yeah. Probably people that didn't even have kids. You know, they just wanted to look at it. Sunday morning, Chief H.E. Sperry of the Brunswick Police and State Troopers reported Robert Storer and Robert C. Dishong found a quantity of clothing under the Brunswick Bridge near the Virginia side of the river. Okay. Yeah, that's right there. So, and so it'd be on this side of the river, I would imagine. So maybe the killer's from Virginia, maybe, and drove across the bridge. You know, abducted them, killed them, assaulted them, dumped their bodies, and then threw the clothes on this side. I don't know. You know, maybe he was, or did that on purpose to throw people off. It's hard to know. Hold on, I gotta change the name of that folder here. There we go. This clothing reported including 2 pair of shoes of the type that might be worn by an older woman, 1 white sandal that might have been used by a teenager, a red jacket with a small rip in the collar and bobby pin, and a and bubblegum wrapper in one pocket, a slip, some ripped stockings, an empty plastic change purse, and 2 paperback books, one of which was entitled How to Stay Young. I don't know if these are related though. Let's see. State Police said today there has been no connection determined as yet between the body and the clothing. Wilmer E. Bartlett of Lovettsville, Virginia, was fishing from the bank of the state side of the river when he noticed a white arm sticking starkly from a driftwood-laden backwash pool a few yards distant. So let's see. When he noticed a white arm sticking, was fishing from the bank of the state side of the river. Okay, so on the other side, when he noticed a white arm sticking starkly from a driftwood-laden backwash pool. Yeah, that's weird. It could be any of these little... See all this stuff back here? There we go. See, in April you can see. This took place, though, in June, I think. And we don't know exactly where along here at this point, so. Let's see. Maryland police they pulled the unclothed body of the teenager from the water, then called Maryland State Police, who, let's see, what word would that be? Assumed jurisdiction of the case, as Maryland owns the Potomac to the high water mark on the south bank. One of the first things police noticed were glistening red lacquered toenails. The body was taken to the Frederick Memorial Hospital, where Dr. Robert J. Fury, a pathologist, performed an autopsy. Afterwards, Dr. Fury and Dr. Thomas listed the probable cause of death as drowning, although the pathologist said no conclusive death cause could be determined because of the state of the body. They said it was difficult to estimate how long the girl had been dead. At first they thought it might have been 2 to 3 weeks. They estimate the girl's age between 14 and 16. She was between 4'11" and 5'1", and the estimated weight was 100 to 110 pounds. She had light brown hair, brown eyes, and a small nose. 7 back teeth, 4 top and 3 bottom, had been removed. State police, that's a lot of teeth. Man. He said police are still going on the theory that it was a drowning, and the first task was to identify the body. However, he pointed out that at this time of year especially, drowning victims are rarely found completely unclothed. It's very strange, he said. Man, these guys must have been like rookies. Is there anybody out there that would have thought a nude body found in the water is a drowning? And then not only, never mind, it's just stupid. Relatives of those missing girls were being contacted by police to determine if anyone's daughter had lost 7 molar teeth. Alright, so anyways, I'm going to move on to the next day here. Clues sought to identify a girl's body. Samples of human hair and fingernail polish were sent to the Federal Bureau of Investigation laboratories in Washington, as investigators sought positive clues to identify the nude body of a girl found Saturday in the Potomac. A relative has tentatively identified the body as that of Mary Elizabeth Feller, 18, of Beltsville. Samples of Mary's hair taken from her clothing and samples cut from the head of the corpse are to be compared. Red polish removed from fingernails and toenails of the body will also be compared with that used by the Feller's girl. Alright, so that's basically that. FBI identification of girl's body is still awaited. So they're still waiting. State police say they are awaiting an FBI identification of the body of a girl believed to be Mary Elizabeth Fellers of Beltsville before going ahead with a search. Selby Jean Venable, 16, of Laurel, was last seen as she entered a car with Mary Elizabeth Fellers. So at this point, the Venable family is really probably freaking out because they are already... There's no way they're going, wait, so they both, one of them drowned and the other one's just gone? No, something else happened. Selby Jean Venable, 16, of Laurel, was last seen as she entered a car with Mary Elizabeth Fellers. Remember, that was the blue one with a male in it. The body believed to be Miss Fellers was found in a pile of driftwood on the river bank and it was tentatively identified as that of Miss Fellers by her older sister. Body of second teenager found in water, police probe slang. So there you go. These are the two girls, Shelby Jean Venable, right there, and Mary Elizabeth Fellers. And this is 1956, and now this is June 15th, but as we just heard, it was like June 2nd when they went missing. But they didn't seem to make it into the paper while they were missing for some reason. Brunswick, Maryland, June 14th. A second nude body of a girl teenager was pulled from the waters of this Potomac River Valley area today, confronting police of Maryland and Virginia with a double murder mystery. It was identified as that of Shelby Jean Venable, 16-year-old Laurel MD girl who disappeared on June 1st, so it was June 1st, okay, with her best friend, Mary Elizabeth Fellers, 18, of Beltsville. The unclothed body, which state police are satisfied was that of Mary Elizabeth, was spotted last Saturday in the Potomac River pool alongside the Brunswick Bridge. Okay, so she was found pretty much where I was just kind of looking down here, one of these little, in there, this area. Maybe she wasn't out in the river part. They say it was a pool, so you could sort of say, in here, right? I'm just going to say this is where Fellers Mary was found. Yeah, somewhere right around in there. Okay. The unclosed body, which state police are satisfied. Okay. Each found upstream. Huh. Well, that's interesting. If they're found upstream, that means they were carried down there. Shelby Jean's body this morning in 6 inches of water in Catoctin Creek. Wow. Let's see where that is. So she wasn't even found in the water. So upstream. And here it looks like you can actually see the flow of the water. So that means it was on the other side over here. That's pretty weird. That means the person would have driven down, carried the body, and placed it in the water. Because if you dumped it off the bridge, it would have floated down this direction like that. So let's go to Catoctin Creek. Okay. Well, that says Little Catoctin Creek. Let me find that narrow at the April shot again here. Oh, that was it. Yeah. Okay, this is the not Little Catoctin Creek. This morning, let's see. This morning, several would-be fishermen, come on, they were fishermen, were trapping minnows for bait in Catoctin Creek when they came upon Shelby Jean's body. Well, I guess trapping minnows isn't fishing. It was on the edge of an 8-foot wide creek, with face in the water, about 30 feet downstream from a small bridge that carries US Route 9 across the water. Okay, there we go. So let's do I don't know if it's Maryland, like let's see. Wow, that's Route 9. That's nowhere near. Hudson. It's not even in Maryland, right? I mean. Okay. As the spots where each found upstream. As the spots where each body was found are upstream from the point where Catoctin Creek flows into the Potomac. Okay, so maybe I misread that earlier. Body was found are upstream from the point where Catoctin Creek. Okay, so that what I thought they said isn't what they were saying. So this could be any direction, but here's where this flows in, right here. I wonder if that's the little bridge right there. What's this route right here? What is that one? I don't think that was made for cars. Doesn't look like it anyway. So they were just saying it was upstream. Both bodies were found though. Why would it say that? That doesn't make sense because then later. Let me just go. Let me read it one more time. As the spots where each body was found are upstream from the point where Catoctin Creek flows into the Potomac, there is absolutely no chance that the girls could have entered the water at the same place. This morning, several would-be fishermen were trapping minnows for bait in the Catoctin Creek when they came upon Shelby Jean's body. It was on the edge of the 8-foot wide creek. See, but that's weird because how can you be upstream in the Potomac from the Catoctin Creek if you're actually in Catoctin Creek? You know what I'm saying? That doesn't make any sense right there. It was on the edge of the 8-foot wide creek, the face in the water, about 30 feet downstream from a small bridge that carries U.S. Route 9 across the water. Is that what this... Maryland Highway 9 maybe? God. Yeah, so they have Route 9 right there. But I need something that ends up over there by Catoctin Creek. You know? I don't care how it's pronounced, Lori. I'm just going to say it. I don't have time for all that. So downstream, there you go. And let's see. How could it be pronounced Kecoughtan when it's spelled C-A-T-O-C-T-I-N? That doesn't make any sense. All right, let's see. It's cat. No, just look at what it says right there. How in the hell? How can it be pronounced Kecoughtan? It doesn't even make any sense. It's C-A-T-O-C-T-I-N. Wow, dude. I will have to tell you what. Why don't you do a show and then I'll start firing off every single thing that's not pronounced correctly at you. How about that? It'll be really fun for you. It's always nice. All right, let me get to the next part. And what I really don't need is the wow dude part. Just let me get through. Yeah, it's not the one. That's what I'm trying to tell you. See? All right, so let me, yeah, that's what I'm talking about right there. That's exactly it. So I was saying it perhaps right. I don't know. You know, what we could do is let's all stop the show, and what we'll do is we'll type in, because it's such a huge element. Let's see. Catoctin. Pronounce. Yeah. What's rude is you interrupting the show. Yeah, it's Catoctin, just like I said. Right. All right. So there you go. No, it's not Paula. What's rude is somebody interrupting the. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. It's all right now. But what I'm saying is, you wanted me to pronounce something that wasn't pronounced that way, and I'm just trying to figure some stuff out on the screen. Is that okay? All right. Hey, all right, Paula, too. Just get out of here. Shit. I don't have time for anybody. Go watch some Summer Wells shows. I'm sure there's a whole bunch for you. Alright, it was on the edge of the 8-foot wide creek, the face of the water about 30 feet downstream from a small bridge that carries U.S. Route 9 across the water. So is this in Brunswick Bridge? Shelby Jean's body was found this morning in 6 inches of water in the Catoctin River, a Virginia tributary of the Potomac River, about 9 miles from Brunswick. It is rude saying "wow, dude." That's exactly right. Yeah, because that wasn't correct. Yeah. Yeah. See you later. Bye bye. Have a good one. It was on the edge of an 8-foot wide creek, the face in the water, about 30 feet downstream from a small bridge that carries U.S. Route 9 across. I already said it was okay, though, Lori, so now you're just creating drama for yourself. Okay. Yeah, I said don't worry about it. It's okay. Man, how come every show has something like this in it? It's unreal. It's unreal. Makes me just want to quit the whole damn thing. Can't stand it. You spend freaking 8 hours putting all the stuff together, and then you get people come in that are just so... They just can't watch the damn show, and we'll all figure stuff out together. Yeah, bye-bye. Let's see. Medical authorities said that it's evident that both girls met death on or shortly after June 1st when they stepped into a mysterious blue automobile in Beltsville and were never seen alive again. Such was the state of both bodies that medical examiners have been unable to find a conclusive cause of death. There were no gunshot or stab wounds, and no bones were broken. The venerable girl's body was taken to Richmond for further tests and preliminary autopsy by 2 pathologists in nearby Leesburg, Virginia, this afternoon. With it went one vital piece of evidence: a black ballerina slip. Yeah. Look at this, how narrow this thing is. It's hard to read the narrow ones. With 3 pearl buttons picked up in a poison ivy patch along a path leading to the Catoctin Creek and the spot where the body was found. It was tentatively identified as Shelby Jean's, so that slip was hers. Captain Charles W. Mahaga of the Maryland State Police, who, with Detective Sergeant Wilton R. May and G. Earl Newcomer, have been assigned to work with Virginia police on the case of the 2 murdered teenagers. It was learned that police are very much interested in the fact that Laurel, where Shelby Jean lived in a modest asbestos shingle home with her parents, 3 younger sisters, and a baby brother, is the site of a racetrack. They're trying to connect it to another killing where there's a racetrack. One of the last places the Wasilewski girls, it's a different case, was seen alive was on the Washington Boulevard in Baltimore. The Venable girl's body was found near a bridge within 15 miles of a racetrack. Ooh, God. That's that kind of connection you see people make all the time. A death-like quiet pervaded the fourth-room home. Mrs. Venable would glance occasionally at a plastic pink carnation attached to a religious motive on the wall. This is the mother. At about 5 o'clock, Mrs. Venable, a short, heavy-set man, Mr. Venable, came up the front steps, lunch pail in hand. Mrs. Venable, holding their baby son in her arms, met him at the door, told him that the body had been found. Then she turned and started to cry. Don't cry, Mr. Venables comforted. I think death is really life. So they must have been comforted by religion. I want to really just find that part where they were talking about on this. Because there's the Catoctin Creek runs into the river there. But there's no Route 9, it looked like, in Maryland. I mean, you'd think it'd be something like... Is that a highway? What is that right there? That's a train track, so that can't be... Well, but it looks like that winds up and it goes up here. That's 464. Oh, maybe it goes over here. Yeah, I don't see it. There's a Virginia 9, and it's across the river from them. Let me type that in and see if there's a Catoctin River in Virginia. Catoctin. Well, look at that. There is one. Well, that's weird. Who the hell? Why would there be two of them? It's not like it. Does it start over again on the other side? So now you could make it run into 9 like somewhere. How weird is that? It should have been done after it ran into the... Alright. Catoctin, what's Catoctin Creek? Catoctin Creek. Creek. Catoctin Creek. Catoctin Creek. Catoctin Creek. Does it just sort of end right there? Or no, it's still going. Catoctin Creek. Catoctin Creek. Still going around. I'm try to run it into the high 9. You can see it's over here. It's definitely going to do that here in a second. Catoctin Creek. And that's 9. What happened to my creek? God, I had it. It was like I was right there. It was just about to get to it. I think it's down here somewhere. So she was found in Virginia then, maybe? I think it's right here, right? Boom. Finally. I think it's in Virginia where she was found. Okay. Sorry that took so long, but you know, it's always cool to be able to find something. This is where Venable was found. Somewhere right around in here. Yeah, it makes you think that those are their clothing then. Because it sort of makes sense, like the person would have just driven right over this, down, and you know, wherever he took her, and then go on the Virginia 9 there, Route 9, and then right there. But who would have thought that there'd be a Catoctin in Virginia and Maryland? I mean, it's not like it started up again on the other side of the Potomac. And maybe that's why they're saying they're both Virginia and Maryland crime scene. Hey, thanks, Rita Schaefer. I know. That's a long one, isn't it? Seek cause for death of 2 girls. Virginia medical examiner completing report on Shelby Jean Venable. Virginia's chief medical examiner was expected to complete his report today on the slaying of a 16-year-old Maryland girl whose body was found Thursday near the Potomac River. Shelby Jean Venable of North Laurel, Maryland, and her chum Mary Elizabeth Fellers died of an unknown cause after disappearing the night of June 1st. I don't know. I hope that their nude bodies were found about 10 miles apart. Okay, let's see. Does this make sense? Let me just go from here, and if it's even anywhere close, then 10.32. So they're right. I feel good now. A 16-year-old Maryland girl whose body was found Thursday near the Potomac River, and because she was found on that side, they have the jurisdiction. Shelby Jean Venable of North Laurel, Maryland, and chum Mary Elizabeth Feller died of an unknown cause. Their nude bodies were found about 10 miles apart in backwaters of the Potomac. Police have termed the slaying the work of some fiendish mind. Dr. Jeffrey Mann, Virginia's medical examiner, said last night he and his assistants were suspicious of rape in the case of Shelby Jean, whose body was found by a fisherman. Dr. Mann said he would transmit the findings to his examination of Loudoun County authorities. In Washington, the pathologist who directed the first autopsy said there was no bullet wounds or evidence of heavy blows to the head. Dr. Oscar B. Hunter said he believed the cause of death could only be determined by a microscopic inspection of tissues. At the meantime, a new development came last night when a spokesman for Miss Feller's family said her brother, 13-year-old Edwin Jr., was taken into protective custody by Maryland police. He spent most of the day at the police barracks at Waterloo, Maryland, but later was returned home. It was Edwin who reported getting the last glimpse of the girls the night of their disappearance. His sister and Shelby Jean were headed to North Laurel to spend the night at the Venables, and he told of seeing them waiting for a bus on US 1 when an unidentified person in an automobile stopped to pick them up. The parents of Shelby Jean arrived here yesterday to make positive identification. And where is here? Richmond. Yeah, so where's Richmond? Okay, so that's probably where she was taken down there for, the medical examination. I wonder why they call that the backwaters. Maybe it was just a river that flows into the Potomac, and they figure that counts. But I mean, it's so far inland, I don't know if I would have called it that. Let me see where US 1, is that still there? And okay, there is a US 1. That kind of goes. And it's Beltsville. Is that where they said she was from? The feller died. 13-year-old reported getting into the glimpse protected. Found along the Potomac near Brunswick. I thought we just... Where did they say that she lived there? Shelby Jean, whose body was found by a fisherman. Harold was 18. Meantime, the new developments. There it is. Headed north Laurel to spend the night at the Venables, and he told of seeing them waiting for a bus on US 1 when an unidentified person in an automobile stopped. I don't know if US 1 goes over it to here, though. See, there's a lot of stuff that's just weird, just kind of doesn't just flow together perfectly. US 1's way over here, and it doesn't go that direction, I don't think. Looks like it goes down, this direction. Well, it must take a turn at some point then. Alright, anyways, I'm going to move on to the next article. Mary Elizabeth Fellers, Shelby Jean Venable. Two girls whose bodies were found. Shown above are pictures of the two girls whose bodies were found nude in the rural river area near Brunswick. They are left Mary Elizabeth Fellers, 18, Beltview, whose body was found last Saturday in Potomac River, and Shelly Jean Venable, 16, North Laurel, whose body was discovered Thursday in Catoctin Creek, Loudoun County, Virginia. Okay, about 10 miles from where the Fellers girl was found. It is suspected by law officials that the girls were murdered. Yeah. Pretty obvious. A 29-year-old grocer questioned and released by Virginia police in connection with the double slaying of 2 Maryland teenage girls talked briefly with Maryland police tonight on his way here to recover his stolen automobile. The man, identified as Calvin P. Gentry, was questioned for 3 hours in Charlottesville, Virginia today, then released after Lieutenant Charles D. Moore said Gentry disclaimed any knowledge of the 2 girls whose bodies were found in separate waters in Maryland and Virginia earlier this month. Moore said Gentry reported his car stolen in the greater Washington area June 16th. The light blue car was found late yesterday in Baltimore near the Washington Boulevard. I mean, that's the same color as the younger brother said was the car that picked him up, but police said Gentry has a scar on his face. After his release by Charlottesville police today, Gentry drove with a friend to Waterloo, Maryland, where he conferred briefly with Maryland State Police detectives Wilton R. May and G. Earl Newcomer. He then came on to Baltimore and talked with the stolen car detail of city police here. Told he could not claim his car until the morning. Gentry retired to a hotel for the night, so he was just some random suspect. Huh? Who is the scar-faced man with the blue automobile who drove? See, the younger kid said the guy had a scar on his face, just like that last guy. It has been a month since the nude bodies of Laurel area teenagers were pulled from a Potomac River, and investigators appear to have run into a dead end in their search for him. Hundreds of witnesses have been questioned, dozens of clues run down, only to be discarded, but except for the shadowy descriptions, the identity of the last person to see the girls alive is shrouded in mystery. State police investigation teams, dogged. Basic facts cited. Although nothing but basic facts leading up to the girls' disappearance have been proven beyond a doubt, the police are convinced that one day the case will be solved. The mystery began in Beltsville. So it is Beltsville. That's that area where Highway 1, I thought was. Hold on a second. Let me do that again. Yeah, see that now it's making sense here, because Beltsville is where Highway 1 was. I saw that one. So let me put that in here. Thanks, Lee D. It's another slow night. Yeah, it's like, God, what do I have to do to make it so people are excited? You know, it's that's the thing, is it's like, that's the double-edged sword, everybody. You either cover Summer Wells every single second of every single day, or you try to do something different. And, you know, like going over these cases, you learn things, because back in the 50s, they really put so much detail in there that you actually feel like you know what you're actually... like you feel like you're an investigator, because they gave the news people could just walk into a crime scene, you know, touch the body if they wanted to. They could do whatever the hell they wanted. It was crazy. So back then, you get almost all the information, so you can put it all together, and you sort of, it's part of the experience factor that we get here. Hey, thanks, Linda Howland. Yep. And Rita Schaefer, thank you. Yeah, we've got the whole thing worked out now with Intermountain Forensics and Identifinders, where there's no more 6% being taken out. So that's good. Thank you, One Sly Angel. And look, I don't care that much if somebody, if I say, God, I don't even know how to say this, and somebody goes, here's how you say it. Okay? But it just seems like every single time. And then to find out that you're not even thinking of the right word. Yikes. Right. It's just give me a chance to do the show. Maybe at the end you can tell me how to pronounce the river. Okay? I just want to get going on it. It takes a long time. I mean, I literally spent the entire day getting this one and the other case put together here. I hardly got to do anything at all. I just ate something, watched television, then went back. Yeah, it was way too big of a chunk. 6%, jeez. Yeah. You send in, you know, let's say you send in $4,000. Well, 6% of that is a pretty big number. It's like, you know, $250 or something. Well, sometimes that's a night here. An entire night of a show that you guys are all sending in super chats and so forth, and then it all goes to some guy, you know, some processing fees somewhere. That just sucks. You know? Where are we at? Basic facts. Mary Elizabeth's 13-year-old brother told police he saw the two friends waiting for a bus to take them to Shelby Jean's home in North Laurel. So they must live in... That's right. So they live in the Beltsville. That's where Mary Elizabeth lived. Fellers. That's where they lived. And they were going to get on a bus on Route 1 to drive in. God, it makes all the sense in the world. So that means she did make it there. She had to have made it to the friend's house. Or, yeah, how would that have worked then? So that means Mary Elizabeth, 13-year-old brother, told police he saw the two friends. Let me go back up here. Although nothing but the basic facts leading to been proven, the mystery began in Beltsville in the late spring twilight of June 1st. Mary Elizabeth's 13-year-old brother told police he saw the two friends waiting for a bus to take them to Shelby Jean's home in North... Oh, so they were already together. And then they were going to take a bus waiting at Highway 1. So maybe Shelby Jean was staying with Mary Elizabeth Fellers at her house. So it was Venable was staying at the Feller residence, and then, or you know, something like that, and then she was going to go stay with her. So then they took a bus all the way down to Laurel. They were going to take a bus, but instead of getting on the bus, a light blue... Hey, thank you very much, Jessica Schubach. Then it says a light blue automobile drove up, and that's a cat eye donation, and stopped. So a light blue automobile drove up and stopped. The drivers said something to the girls. They got in, then they got out. After a few seconds, they got in the car again and drove off. Well, that's weird. Who does that? Man. No, yeah, we're gonna, you know. I mean, what happened right there? 9 days later, a fisherman noticed a white arm sticking starkly from a pile of driftwood along the Potomac River. It was 18-year-old Mary Elizabeth. She was lying on her back in the backwash pool with a railroad tie across her chest. Wow, so they put that on her to weigh her down. She was dead. Well, of course she was. I mean, what? Jesus. The death was listed... No, she just went down there and then put the railroad tie and put her arm up on some driftwood. The death was listed as a drowning, although there was misgivings at what had happened to Shelby Jean. The river soon furnished an answer. 5 days later, and 9 miles away, another fisherman spotted the nude body of the 16-year-old girl in 6 inches of water in the Catoctin River in Loudoun County, Virginia. She had been strangled presenting police with their second murder of 2 teenage girls in less than a year. Well, 2 teenage girls in less than a year. It was like within days. I mean, how did the girls get into Western Maryland? Some investigators theorize they had been picked up by racetrack acquaintances from Laurel who were headed towards the track, Cat Charles Town, West Virginia. Others said that perhaps they had met someone from their homes in Tennessee and were headed south through Valley of Virginia. Who are these people? What? Tennessee. They met someone through homes in Tennessee. Nobody knows except the persons or persons who took the girls for their last ride. I don't know who wrote that one. Wasn't the greatest. No, they were gonna take a bus together to I think Venables' house. Like, they were together at Feller's home, it seems like, and then they were going to take a bus together to go to Venables' house. Murder of 2 teenage girls in June remains a mystery. Alright, let's see if this one... There's only 2 more on this case. I don't think they met at the bus stop. I think that's where... Well, I think they were just going to... They were going to take a bus together, and then a car pulled up, and they got into the car, then they got out of the car, then they got back in the car. Let's see, October 24th, Friday, June, this is when this was written, is that right? Yeah, this is when it was written. So Friday, June 1st, 1956, a day of intermittent rain, which tapered off towards late afternoon, then started again in early evening. Mary Elizabeth Fellers, 18, and Shelby Jean Venables, 16, inseparable companions, who wouldn't even go out with boys unless they double dated, had planned to visit Mary Elizabeth's 2-year-old niece at the Prince George's County Hospital in Cheverly. Oh, wow. So they weren't going to Venables' house. They both probably lived in the same town together, and we're just going to take a bus, right? So that makes sense. So let's see. They were going to take a in Prince George's County Hospital. Let's see where that is. Oh, well, there you go. That makes total sense, right? You take number 1 down here, and they were going to go to this hospital right here. I'm sure it didn't look like that back then, but... That's interesting. Yeah, so that was just so simple. A quick little bus ride. They got into a blue car, and then they end up way over here. Her body, and then I think the person lives in Virginia. Unless, let's see, is there a way... Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. God, it's so weird. That's a weird one. Because right there, Beltsville, they're going to take Route 1 just to go to the hospital. A really short drive there. Just a quick little bus trip. Let's just say it was from there. I mean, it's only 5 miles to go visit somebody. And then, but the blue car convinced them, and then somehow they either drove into Virginia, committed their crimes, dumped one of their bodies here, Venables, then drove back into Maryland where they live, or the killer... It almost seems like they would have gone into Virginia as quick as possible. I don't know. I mean, you're already close over here. Seems like you would have just taken one of these bridges, cut across, maybe. I don't know. It could be either way. The clothes are on the side of Virginia over here, right? So we already found out that the There was clothing. We don't know if it was hers, but there was clothing found over here. Mary's found on this side. And then that road almost goes straight there, right? You just take Highway 287 to 9 right there. Although this is back in 1956, so we don't know for sure, right? The youngster had admitted to the institution the previous Tuesday suffering from burns received in an accident. Okay, hold on. Who's that? Oh, yeah, the little girl that we're going to visit. So she got little burns on her, so they were going to go take a trip to the hospital and check her out. Shelby had arrived at the Feller's trailer-style house in Beltsville at 7:40 p.m., accompanied by her parents. Okay, so her parents drove her to the Feller's home at 7:40 p.m. Because of the hour, the girls decided they could not go to the hospital, but instead would return to Venable's residence in North Laurel and spend the night together. Huh. Wait, so now it sounds more like what I was originally thinking. Okay. Shelby had arrived at the Feller's Trail. That's what their plan was, to go to that hospital and take the bus. And she got there at 7:40, accompanied by her parents. So it was Shelby. So Venable arrived at the Feller's house in Beltsville, accompanied by her parents. Because of the hour, the girls decided they would not go to the hospital, but instead would return to the Venable's residence in North Laurel and spend the night. So she went to Feller's home, and they were going to take the bus to visit the Feller's 2-year-old niece who had been burned. But then they went, wait, it's too late, so let's go back to, I'll spend the night at your house, Venables. And I don't know why they decided to get into a blue car, though. It's sort of dumb, Venables' residence in North Laurel and spend the night together. As teenagers often do, they first went to the Beltsville drugstore. On the way, the two girls chatted with several friends, stating that they were going to make a telephone call before boarding a bus. Just who they intended to call or why was not explained. When they returned to the Feller's residence, they obtained 90 cents from Mary Elizabeth's mother for their fare. In order to catch the bus, it was necessary for the girls to walk approximately 200... So they were going to take a bus back to the Venables' house, is that right? 200 feet to the east side of the Washington Boulevard. A few minutes after they left, Mary Elizabeth's brother, Irwin, 13, was sent to a nearby grocery store. As he was walking home, he noticed a 1949 faded blue Ford 2-door sedan with a damaged grille and eyelid-type headlight covers pull up to the bus stop. Shelby Jean got in first, Irwin noted, followed by Mary Elizabeth. Look at the detail here, you guys. It's crazy, right? Let's see. 10, he said the girls got out... Or, no, it says 10, but I think it meant then. Then he said the girls got out of the car, reversed their positions, and re-entered. So that's why they got out. So one would sit... God, that's weird. Why would that happen? The person's like, hey, I want you to sit. No, I don't understand that part. Then he said the girls got out of the car, reversed their position, and re-entered. So now, Mary Elizabeth got in first, and she got in first, followed by Venable. This put Mary Elizabeth beside the driver and her companion near the right front door. Irwin described the driver as about 35, with a ruddy complexion and a very mean expression on his face. He said the man had a scar on his right cheek extending from ear to ear. Although Irwin had never seen the man before, he said that the girls appeared to know him. The only other thing the boy could remember was that the scar-faced man had on was a white shirt. As to the car, the feller's youth said he was sure it was only one license plate which was attached to the right front bumper. It was a Virginia tag, he recalled. See, he did live in Virginia. Virginia tag, he recalled, with the lower right corner either cut off or bent under. Irwin said that when the car drove off, the man gave him a very mean look and spun the wheels, throwing gravel from the side of the highway. Wow, so the person was angry. The boy said he attempted to obtain the license number, but the vehicle bore no tag on the rear. When Irwin returned home, he told his mother what had happened. Wow. It was not until the next morning, however, that either of the parents became suspicious, each family thinking that their daughter had spent the night at the home of the other. On Saturday, June 9th, nobody called somebody though? After that, it seems like once the son came in and said something, maybe somebody would call, but who knows, right? Just probably thought it was nothing. On Saturday, June 9th, the body of Mary Elizabeth was found in a small backwater pool on the Potomac River about a quarter-mile west of the Brunswick quarter-mile west of the Brunswick Bridge. Okay, now we can be more specific on that one. Yeah, see, and there's that little backwaters even in there. See? But who knows what it looked like back then. Saturday, June 9th, the body of Mary Elizabeth was found in a small backwater pool of the Potomac River about a quarter-mile west of the Brunswick Bridge on the Virginia side. It was lying under a driftwood of railroad cross ties. The fork of a growing tree formed a trap for the body, preventing it from floating into the river proper. 5 days later, Shelby Jean's body was discovered in the north branch of Catoctin Creek, 9 miles south of Brunswick, in Wheaton, Virginia. Jesus, really? That's Wheaton. Oh, that's the wrong place. There it is. Wheatland, Virginia. Oh, there it is. See, now we know that was the right spot. See, Wheatland, and we've got that right there. That's where she was found. So. Uh, 5 days later, Shelby Jean's body was discovered. Yeah, No, it says Wheaton, Virginia here, but I think it's supposed to be Wheatland. I think they kind of like confused it with Wheatland, Maryland. But anyway, where state routes 9 and 287 intersect. See, and there's 9 and 287. That's Wheatland, and they put it Wheaton, Wheaton. That's not correct. Autopsies determined that the cause of death in each case was strangulation. At the time of her disappearance, Shelby Jean was wearing a gray-blue jumper dress, a light blue three-quarter length coat with large sleeves, black ballerina slippers with 3 white buttons, a scarf with a yellow border of pink flowers, and a stainless steel identification bracelet. Mary Elizabeth wore a maroon plaid skirt, a white and blue polka dot blouse, a navy blue short jacket with a yellow lining, with pumps and a pearl necklace. She was carrying a large red, white, and black handkerchief and wore a yellow gold watch with 3 small stones on each side. The only item recovered was one of Shelby Jean's ballerina slippers, so maybe that clothing wasn't hers. After a preliminary investigation by Virginia authorities and troopers under the command of Captain Charles W. Magaha, the Maryland State Police assigned their 2 top homicide investigators, working in the close cooperation with Virginia State Police. The investigators have so far determined that Shelby and Mary Elizabeth were devoted friends and double dated on all occasions. They were known to date a few sailors, and several local boys. That they attended the Branchville Fire Department dances every Saturday night and were observed in the company of a number of different men, several of whom were reported to have escorted the girls home. That the victims were picked up by the Scarface man driving a blue Ford at about 8:15 p.m. Friday, June 1st. That sometime before midnight they were strangled by someone with strong hands and stripped of all clothing and personal effects. That the bodies were then placed in the water at 2 different points, apparently to confuse police. Oh, there you go. See, that's what I was thinking. Wow, looks like they were trying to. That the crimes were probably committed in the Lovettsville-Loudoun County area, Virginia. So, that's right. It was in Virginia, and then it went that way. That's what my instinct was, that it was in Virginia. Although, when you look at it, you couldn't say for sure, but you wonder, why would you even, you go there, and it seems like you're familiar with Virginia, especially where I think it was Venables was found. That sometimes before midnight they were strangled by someone with strong hands, that the bodies were then placed in the water at 2 different points, apparently to confuse police, that the crimes were probably committed in the Lovettsville-Loudoun County area of Virginia, that the motive appears to be of a sexual nature, that the girls were killed about the same time. Autopsy reports disclose that food known to have been eaten by the victims was still undigested. So there you go. That's one of the huge time. The thing that they use to determine time of death is if you had a meal that's known and how digested is it. All right. And then there was another article, 1960. It seemed like it had some different stuff in it. Let's see. More than 4 years ago, 2 teenage girls were seen waiting at a bus stop in Beltsville en route to one of their homes. Lurking in the area was a man, but this was no ordinary man because he had murder in his mind. This murder-minded man saw the girls standing at the bus stop and went to where they were standing and either persuaded or forced them to enter his car. This was on June 1st, 1956. The girls were never seen alive again, and more than a week later their bodies in a decomposed condition were found by fishermen in the Brunswick area. Victims of the brutal man were Elizabeth Fellers, 18, Beltsville, and Shelby Jean Venables, 16, of North Laurel. The search for the murder of these 2 girls is now entering its 5th year. The last person to see the girls alive, besides the killer, happened to be Irwin Fellers Jr., the younger brother of the Feller girl. Young Young fellers happened to see the girls as they got into the light blue car with a man and drive away from the bus stop. After that, no trace could be found on the girls. The police were notified after the girls did not return to their homes. Police issued the usual missing person bulletin, but at first it was believed that they might have run away from home or went to visit someone without notifying their parents. Although this missing persons report had been issued, there was not too much publicity given the case, but on June 9, 1956, the case of the missing girls soon took on a different light. For on that day, what's this say? Wilner E. Bartlett of Louisville, Virginia, was fishing from the Virginia side of the Potomac River near Brunswick when he noticed a white arm sticking starkly from a driftwood-laden backwash pool in the river just a few yards from where he was fishing. Seeing the frightening sight, Bartlett rushed to call the Virginia State Police, who could come to the scene and pulled the nude body from the water. One of the first things noticed by police was the bright painted red toenails. The red toenails were significant in that they, along with a strand of hair and other tests, were instrumental in proving that the partly decomposed body was that of Mary Elizabeth Fellers. The gruesome discovery of the Fellers girl body was 9 years after the pair had disappeared, with the body of the one girl found through search of the Potomac River area around Brunswick was made in an effort to find Shelby Jean Venable, but she could not be found. 5 days later, on June 14th, the body of another nude girl was found, only this time the body was found in Catoctin Creek, which dumps into the Potomac River from Virginia. And amazingly, there's a Catoctin River in Maryland that flows into the river. Doesn't say that in the article, but I thought I'd throw that in there as an aside. You're okay there, Marguerite? A fisherman also found this body. He was Elmer Kitts. Found the nude body lying face down at about, it was Elmer Kitts, period. Kitts found the nude body lying face down in about 6 inches of water, about 30 feet from the bridge, which crosses US 30 near Wheatland. This is about 10 miles from Brunswick. The second body had been more decomposed than the first, since it probably had been in the water for about 2 weeks, but laboratory tests soon proved that the second nude body was that of Shelby Jean Venable, and that she had met death by strangulation like her companion, and then was placed into the stream to degenerate, to decompose. The body of Venable Girl had apparently been carried to the creek and dumped into the water rather than being dumped there from the bridge, which is about 19 feet above water. A shoe believed to belong to the victim was found along a nearby roadway in some weeds. Wow, that's interesting. The body of the Fellers girl, so he didn't just drive over the bridge and dump her. He drove down a road, took her out of the car, walked her to the creek, and put her in. There is a dirt road on the Virginia side of the river which runs parallel with let me see, hold on. The body of the Fellers girl was found about 400 yards upstream from the Brunswick Bridge over the Potomac River, thus leading police to believe that the body had been placed in the river. Yeah, because it would have went downstream if it was thrown off the bridge, right? There is a dirt road on the Virginia side of the river which runs parallel to the shoreline. Residents in the area say that the water is shallow in that spot, and it moves only when the river rises. The details of the double murder might never be known, but the law officials are still looking. Okay. Now let's see if we got so that's it for that one. Let's see. If that little dirt road's still down there. Is that it? I bet that was it. Now it's the path. See, you could drive down there and look how close the little... See that, the backwash that he was talking about? It's right there. So let's see. He would have driven down this road when it was a dirt road. I guarantee it's the same one. Would have driven just like this until he got to about right here. And then at that point, taking her out of the car, walk through here and put her into the slough over there. And you can even see how there's water right there. So, and that's not the river. The river's over here. And I'm sure it came from the river, of course. Okay. Now we're going to go to Margaret Harold. Okay, this is 1957. And I think Margaret Harold is this person right here. So it says, murder victim and daughter, Miss Margaret V. Harold Wright, victim of maniac slayer, and her daughter Nancy, 15. Let's see. The intensive search for a maniac gunman who shot and killed a 36-year-old Arbutus mother of 2 while she was parked in a wooded lane with a soldier 12 miles west of Annapolis spread to a Washington area late today. Anne Arundel, County Police Chief Wilbur C. Wade, who has taken personal charge of the investigation into which all available county police have been called, said the man police want may be from the Washington area. He said a Washington newspaper and other evidence had been found in an old shack near the spot where Miss Margaret Virginia Harold was killed about 4 p.m. Chief Wade said there was evidence in the shack that someone had stayed there. Pictures of women were found on the walls, and a piece of electric cord similar to the one the killer is said to have carried was in the shack. Chief Wade said the slang, I mean, if that was today, that would be a treasure trove of information. Chief Wade said the slang must have been the work of a mentally disturbed person. The chief said he believed that because the woman was shot first and without provocation, the victim's companion, Master Sergeant Roy D. Hudson, 32-year-old career soldier stationed at Fort Meade, where Miss Harold also worked, fled from the parked car as the gunman fired 3 shots at him. Police believe the killer was the same man from whom a young Anne Arundel County couple escaped early yesterday morning in a picnic area on Old Annapolis Road, about 6 miles from the spot where Miss Harold was killed. The Sergeant Hudson from Laurel Father 2 accompanied police as they dusted his car for fingerprints. What's this stuff right here? Dennis, just did it again. Denise Eggleton, 25, of 4100 block of Duane Avenue, Brooklyn, holds shirt her companion Irvin H. Adams wore when he grappled with a man who accosted them as they were parked near Lake in Anne Arundel County. Both managed to escape and fled into the woods. So that was another victim right there. Police examined unidentified cap found at the scene. Alright, go to the second page. Search for slayer of women spreads to D.C. area. Miss Harold, according to Sergeant, was curious about where the road went, so they drove along it until they reached a dead end where the sergeant turned around. Okay, so the sergeant lives, so she just said, hey, I want to know where this road goes. So they drove down, and the sergeant turned around and headed back towards the highway. The account Sergeant Hudson had given police of the slaying follows. He and Mrs. Harold had been parked at the end of the road for about 20 minutes when she noticed a man walking towards them. The man was wearing work clothes, the sergeant said, and was hollering at them. Sergeant Hudson got out of the car, and Mrs. Harold stayed inside the car. I got out to see what he wanted, Sergeant Hudson said. And the man asked, What do you think? This is a national park. He said he was the watchman at the area and that he couldn't park there, so I told him we would leave. Then the man asked for a ride back to the highway, the sergeant said. Oh boy. The sergeant said he refused to give the man a ride, and Mrs. Harold said that they did not have room because of the clothes on the back seat. They were the clothes changed at Fort Meade. I'm glad they put that in there. He makes you think that they were both undressed in there. During the exchange, the sergeant said he had given the man a cigarette and lighted it for him. The man got into the back seat of the car, even though the couple refused him a ride, the sergeant said. Oh boy. As he opened the door, Sergeant Hudson said, I saw he had a snub-nosed blue steel revolver. He said, put your arms across the back of the front seat. The sergeant said he did, but that Mrs. Harold just put her hands behind her back. The sergeant said he told the man he could not give him the money with his hands tied behind his back, and then he said, don't worry about it. I'll get your money. Oh boy. At the same instant, the sergeant said the man shot Miss Harold in the back of the head. The sergeant said he rolled out of the front seat just as the man fired a single shot at him. Sergeant Hudson said he ran through the woods, and the man fired 2 more shots, the sergeant said. I heard him thrashing about in the woods after me. One lead the police are following is the report of an Edgewater truck driver, Marvin Hardesty. Well, that's kind of interesting. Marvin Hardesty, who said he stopped to aid the driver of a green sedan whose car was in a ditch late yesterday afternoon. Chief Wade believes the killer might have been fleeing the scene with such speed that he lost control of the car. Sergeant Hudson said the man was about 170 pounds, 35, straight black hair, large bushy eyebrows, and was wearing what appeared to be a faded blue work shirt. Chief Wade said last night the killing appeared to be the work of a maniac. And that's kind of what they almost referred to serial killers back then. The exact scene of the slaying, according to police, is a spot 1 mile east. Okay, now we can get let's see where this is. The exact scene of the slaying, according to police, is a spot 1 mile east of the intersection of State Route 425 and 450. State Route 425 and Route 450. Come on, exist. Okay. Highway 44. Where was it again? 24. Okay, there's Maryland MD 424. So we'll do it like that. MD 424 and MD 450. Oh, right here. Okay. is a spot 1 mile east of the intersection of Route 424 and 450 in a section known as the Mount Tabor area. Ah, jeez. Oh, that's Mount Tabor, but that doesn't seem like that's near there. This is the right spot here. MD 450 right there, and this is 424, and it said 1 mile. Hey, thanks, Barry Benton. Good eye. So 1 mile east of there. Yeah, so maybe down over here somewhere. I don't know. We'll just say somewhere over here. I think that was it for that. So that's what the car looked like. I think this must be the... Yeah, so that's the car where the attack happened. The guy got in the back seat. Man, could you imagine all the forensic DNA evidence there'd be available now? And then in there was only those 2 articles. There was a whole bunch of articles, but I didn't need to keep going over them. Well, I mean, I think that was enough detail to know what happened, actually. So they were parked. They drove down a road that she wanted to go down, and they parked. And after they parked the car, they were there for about 20 minutes, and they see this guy walking towards them. And so then the boyfriend gets out of the car. He was a military person. And he says, "What do you need?" And then the guy says, "Well, I work here." And he says, "Hey, can I get a ride back to the highway?" And then they said, "No, it doesn't really make sense for us." And then he got in the car anyways. Then once in the car, he pulled out a gun, and he told them to put their hands behind the seat. She only put her hands behind her back. And he says, "Well, I can't give you any money." He says, "Well, I'll be getting the money." And then boom, shot her in the back of the head. And then he quickly bolted and missed. He got missed by 1 shot, got out of the car, started running, and was missed by 2 other shots, and he got away. And then he was described as, a person weighing maybe 170 pounds with straight dark hair and bushy eyebrows. Okay, there you go. So after that, now we're moving on to the. See, this one is. I'm just gonna. It might. I don't even know how long it's gonna take. It might take. I might have to, bleed it into another show because it's pretty interesting. So, you go all the way to 1959 now, and the reason this one came up is because it was similar to a missing family in Oregon, but it wasn't really similar at all. But they just brought it up in a story, and I happened to see it. We'll see. More than 100 persons searched without success last night for a young... Yeah, I don't know about what the deal is with that scar. Maybe the kid didn't really see a scar, That's one of the things. More than 100 persons searched without success last night for a young Louisa County couple and their 2 infant daughters missing since Sunday night. This is in Virginia now. Sheriff W.E. Prophet described the disappearance of Vernon Jackson, about 35, his wife and daughters Susan Ann, 5, and Janet, 1.5, as one of the strangest things that had ever happened around here. The Jackson family was last seen at 9:45 p.m. Sunday when they left the home of Mrs. Jackson's parents, Mr. and Mrs. Lou Hill at Buckner. Their car was found Sunday parked on a shoulder of State Route 609, approximately 8 miles from the Hill home. So there's this whole thing, or is it? Yeah, it's just right here is 609. And then I think it just ends. Let me just put a pin on VA route 609. And actually this is another folder, so hold on. On a shoulder of State Route 609, approximately 8 miles from the Hill home. And this was in... Where was this located? Vernon Jackson about his wife. The Jackson family was last seen at 9:45 Sunday when they left the home of Mrs. Jackson's parents, Mr. and Mrs. Lewis Hill at Buckner. So, let me see where that is. Buckner, Virginia. Wow, so the 609 go way down here then? Wow. Yeah, man, that doesn't make any sense. Mineral search without success last night for a young Louisa County couple. Let me see where that is. That's over. This is the county, and there's Buckner in there. Yeah, kind of makes sense. Yeah, it's probably in the county. Okay, so that's Buckner. Oh, there's 609 right there. Boom. Okay. And does it go into there? Nope. Oh, no. So I think that's where it starts. Alright, well, maybe we'll get more information on that later. In the car were found Mrs. Jackson's small purse. So they found the car of the family. Where Mrs. Jackson's small purse containing $1, a doll, Mrs. Jackson's scarf, an empty feeding bottle, and the automobile's ignition keys. Prophet said the spot where the car was found was near about 4 or 5 homes, the closest about 300 yards away, and was between 2 open fields. We couldn't find any tracks near there, said the sheriff. It is my personal opinion that they are not around here anymore. And here they all are right there. There's the dad, Vernon, Miss Mildred Jackson, Janet Carroll, and Susan Ann, 5 years old. Authorities expressed fear Tuesday that 4 members of a Louisa County family who had been missing since Sunday night have been kidnapped. At the same time, Federal Bureau of Investigation officers entered the case, and a search by hundreds of volunteers was called off. Carol Vernon Jackson Jr., 29, his wife, and 2 small daughters have been missing since they left the home of Mrs. Jackson's parents shortly before 10 p.m. Sunday. Their automobile, showing no sign of violence, was found on Route 609 near Buckner. Sheriff Willis E. Prophet said kidnapping was a possibility, but he added, "We no longer believe they are in the area." FBI agents were called in by county officers. Kidnapping is a federal offense if it involves crossing a state line. Jackson and his family, Mrs. Mildred Hill Jackson, 27, Susan Ann, 4, and Janet Carroll, 17, left the Buckner home of Mr. and Mrs. Lewis Hill at about 9:40 p.m. They said they were returning to their home at Apple Grove. Okay, so let's see where... Let me just throw that in there. There's Buckner... And they lived, somewhere around in Apple Grove area. And I just want to kind of look at what it looks like. I mean, this probably hasn't changed a bit, other than the road. Mrs. Evelyn Hutchins, whose home is about 100 yards from the place where the parked car was found, reported she saw the headlights of an automobile stop there at about 10 p.m. Sunday. The light stayed on for several minutes, and she heard auto doors slam several times. Then a vehicle sped past her home. Another resident of the area corroborated her account. However, nothing was reported amiss until late Monday afternoon. At that time, the missing woman's parents found the car when they were driving to investigate Mrs. Jackson's failure to answer their telephone calls earlier Monday. Sheriff Prophet said the car was in running condition and was parked on the roadside with the lights off and the doors closed. The keys were in the ignition switch. He said the position of the car indicated it could have been forced to the side of the road. In the car was Mrs. Jackson's purse containing less than $2. On the floor of the front seat was a doll, a baby bottle, a soiled diaper, and a package from a Richmond drugstore. On the back seat were 2 bed pillows, a white wool child's cap, a child's game, a baseball gloves, several cartons of cigarettes, a quantity of twine, and a man's cap. That's another cap, huh? I wonder if that was his cap or the killer. Wouldn't that be weird if that was one of his little signatures? Another cap. Remember, there was a cap found at the previous scene. The Jackson family had spent Sunday in Richmond, where they had gone to take Jackson's mother, Mrs. C.V. Jackson Sr. of Apple Grove, to the home of Jackson's uncle. Had spent Sunday in Richmond, where they had gone to take Jackson's mother, Mrs. C.V. Jackson Sr. of Apple Grove, to the home of Jackson's uncle, J. Curtis Jackson. The family had returned Louisa County about 8 p.m. and had gone to the Hill home. Relatives in Richmond, Caroline, and Goochland counties were contacted, but reported reported they had heard nothing. Officers also visited the Jackson home numerous times since the disappearance, but have I'm going to play you guys something here in a second. But have found no evidence that the family returned to it. Jackson had been employed for 6 years as a clerk, as a truck driver for the Maddox Feed Service, Louisa, but resigned effective February 1st to accept a job with the Bank of Goochland. John R. Maddox, owner of the feed service, said Jackson was pleasant, reliable, and well-liked by the public. He said he knew of no difficulties involving Jackson. Jackson and the family live in a $15,000 frame house on a farm near Apple Grove, where Jackson raised cattle. In addition to his position at the feed service, the search for the family, in which more than 200 volunteers participated, began early Monday evening. Louisa and Mineral Fire Company and Rescue Squad volunteers conducted a search with a 2-mile radius of which the car was found Tuesday. About 100 members of the Virginia Green organization at Louisa County High School joined the search. Jackson was described as 6'2", weighing 215 pounds, with brown hair and blue eyes. He was wearing a dark blue or gray suit, black shoes, but not a hat. So maybe that was the hat. Miss Jackson was described as 5'8", weighing 145 pounds, with brown hair and gray eyes. Hey, lizard eyes, right? I don't know what you're talking about, Laura. Sorry. No idea what you're... Great, shout out to Tame Impala. This story reminds me of a great song. That's so clever. Yeah, it's unrelated to anything. Alright, let's see. What do we got here? She was wearing a Copen blue dress. Both the daughters are blonde with bobbed hair and blue eyes, and were dressed in red and white striped dresses. Alright, so there you go. Yeah, we got a lot of people here with the white names. You got to go get your channel membership, you know. The very low level, the $1.99, you can become a channel member and get the cool emojis. Alright? Become an official member of the Freak family. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, well, that homes cost $15,000. You could buy a car for $1,000 back then. That's the, you know, $15,000 back then was probably $250 today, something like that. It's like it's a ridiculous amount. You know, maybe 190, 200,000. Yes, you guys, we're not gonna be able to continue on until you guys join the channel of freaks. Yeah, right now we're about 50% of a normal night, just so you guys know. That's what I'm saying. You know, if I just put Summer Wells in the title or Brian Laundrie, something like that, we could have really done well. Yeah, remember how expensive things... Huh? Yeah. No, it's not inexpensive. It was the same thing relatively back then. I mean, back then, for a couple pennies, you could buy something. Today, a penny is a joke. You can't buy anything with a penny. Okay, it would be worth actually be $142,000 right now. $15,000. Hey, thank you, Catty Corner. And here we go. New clue to missing family. Police said FBI agents Wednesday working on the slimmest of leads in an effort to pick up the trail of a young couple and their two small children who disappeared mysteriously from the family car on a country road. Since Sunday night, authorities aided by volunteers have combed the countryside 30 miles west of Richmond in a widening circle from the spot where Carroll V. Jackson Jr.'s late model car was found. Missing with the 29-year-old Jackson are his wife Mildred, 27, and their two daughters, Susan, Ann, 4, and Janet Carroll, 1. Keys were still in the car's ignition. An empty baby bottle was inside the vehicle with a used diaper and a purse containing less than $2. When a search of 36 hours produced nothing, Sheriff W.E. Prophet of Louisa called it a probable kidnapping. I don't know what the kidnap motive would be unless some maniac was loose in the area. This theory was heightened Wednesday by the report of a family forced off the road the same night near where Jackson's car was found. Welcome, W. Mitchell. Keith Waldrop told of officers a young man driving an old model car whipped in front of him, and his family had forced them to stop. Waldrop managed to get around him and escape. The Jackson family had visited Mrs. Jackson's parents, Mr. and Mrs. B.L. Hill, some 15 miles away Sunday. Hill said they were in good spirits when they left and were rarely had cross words. The Jacksons lived in a neat 6-room frame house. He recently resigned as a clerk and he's going to work at a bank. Mr. and Mrs. Waldrop, their 18-month-old daughter and 11-year-old boy who lived with them, were returning from Rockville to their Motorpeller, Hanover County home when they were halted. Oh, is that the other one? Mrs. Waldrop said the young man who stopped them had been following us bumper to bumper for a few seconds. He pulled around, we stopped, and he slid quickly across the front seat and started out the right door. My husband managed somehow to get around him, and we left, she continued. As far as I know, he didn't try to follow us then. Miss Waldrop said she got a good look at his face. She described him as being in his early 20s and having long dark hair. That sort of sounds like the other guy. FBI agents reported they found nothing in the Jackson car. Found nothing in the Jackson car which provided a clue to the disappearance. The car was in running condition and the keys were still in the ignition. Prophet said the car's position indicated it could have been forced off the road. I'm just guessing like everybody else, he said, but it looks to me like someone drove off it with them for some unknown reason. Yeah, I mean, everybody's just really baffled. There's a whole bunch of these kind of articles. It's just... Yet veteran police officers frankly admitted Saturday they were baffled, perplexed with the strange case that unfolded in the quiet, rolling countryside. The drama of the missing Jacksons began nearly 1 week ago on Sunday night. At about 9:40 p.m., Jackson, his 27-year-old wife Mildred, and their two small daughters climbed into their late-model sedan for a 15-mile drive to their modest frame home near Apple Grove. They had been visiting during the evening with Mrs. Jackson's parents, the in-laws of the husband. The road home was mostly a winding, dark stretch of rural state highway. There probably was little traffic at that hour of the night. Police are sure of this much: the Jacksons never reached home. Just what happened in the hours of late Sunday on that desolate roadway was resolved into a speculation theory. The car was found on the shoulder of the roadway Monday morning, abandoned, in running condition, with the keys in the ignition. Family belongings, including Mrs. Jackson's purse containing $1, were inside. Employees, State Police Sergeant M.F. Ritter said in midweek the investigation was being conducted on the assumption the Jacksons were abducted by some maniac or criminal. That theory still held up as the week ended. State police sheriff officers and FBI agents have joined in the investigation. A multiple state alarm has been transmitted. Lakes, ponds, streams, and buildings in the area have been checked. A deputy sheriff says we practically given up hopes of finding them alive. But while authorities are pessimistic, Mrs. Lewis Hill, mother of the missing woman, had not given up. I still believe they are alive, she said, and I hope everybody in Virginia will pray for their safety. And they got brought in a couple of helicopters. Yeah. I mean, they were just looking all over the place. That's it? Just one of you decided to join? Come on, Sassafras. Sassafras, Kath. You're supposed to be a freak, right? No, what does that mean? Can I mod drop at grazing? What does that mean? Oh, you mean get my email? Yeah. All right, Small's trivia is analyzed in missing family search. January 23rd, in isolation, daily activities of those who search for the missing Jackson family seem trivial and inconsequential. Perhaps the central figure in a cast that numbers in the hundreds is G.S. Cooper, a 32-year-old state police investigator. The Jackson Carroll version 29, his wife Mildred 27, and their daughters Janet Carroll 11 and Susan 5. Janet Carroll. Oh, their middle name's Carroll. Okay. Physical and circumstantial evidence indicates that they transferred from their own car, probably in deference to force, to another vehicle. Investigators, state police, FBI agents, sheriff officers keep working, waiting for that one clue, perhaps an inconsequential one, that will lead them to the Jacksons. The telephone continues to ring. An astrologer has got it figured by the stars. A dreamer had a dream. See, even back in 1959, you had the same stupid-ass psychics, okay? Yeah, just wackos trying to make a name for themselves. Well, let me ask you something, sir. How come the dreamer had a dream and the neighbor and the astrologer both had two different ideas? How'd that happen? A neighbor hasn't been seen for a few days. There's an abandoned house back of the place that bears checking. A diver from Richmond volunteers his services. At about 10 a.m., there is a conference with all investigators who can break away from their work. So anyways, they're just working really hard to... And random people are calling in, trying to be cool with the psychics. Same shit, just different era. Above ground mine probe made in Jackson case. So they went and looked in the above ground area of the abandoned miners near mineral have been investigated Saturday. They looked in mines. No clues found in the case. This is, see this right here? This right here, this article right here is the same thing as people that are still covering summer wells. Okay? That's what it means. It's like, well, there's no new information, but let's do a whole show on it. Okay, so here we go. There's no new information, and I won't bother reading through that one. And we've got on, unless you're debunking people, then it's worth doing. If you're trying to debunk other people. February 11th, sometimes I get the feeling that it's all a bad dream, a horrible nightmare, and that I'm going to wake up and find that everything is all right. It was in that manner that Mrs. Clara Hill summarized today as best she could some of the indescribable, empty, futile loneliness that has been hers for a month. Mrs. Hill is a friendly, unaffected, gray-haired 56-year-old farm wife and some product saleswoman. She is mother, grandmother, and mother-in-law to the Carol Vernon Jackson Jr. family, missing since January 11th. The month that has elapsed has been bitterly frustrating, one for Mrs. Hill and her husband, Louis, 61. They've sustained themselves on hope, rising expectantly when the telephone rings, reaching the faces of visitors for an expression that would presage the bringing of good news. Hard to concentrate. They've slept little. Yeah, so anyway, it's really having a huge effect on this whole family. And then you go to, I have this video here. It's actually from the time in the investigation. It's crazy. It was on the Virginia website. Look at this. Oops, what the hell is that? What the heck? Wow. There's even audio in a minute. I mean, I bet it looks exactly the same now. That must have been where they were at, maybe. At the mother-in-law house. So that must have been where they were going then. Look at there. So it's weird, just to see a dog from that time just running around. That dog's had like 57 other generations. Not really, but... That's actually the mother.
Do you have any idea what possibly might have happened to your daughter, son-in-law, and 2 grandchildren?
Well, I think they were followed. It seems like they were followed because the mirror on the inside of the car was turned upwards. And when the car stopped, they were forced out of the car into another car.
You're confident that this is what took place rather than their getting out of the car at an earlier point or at that point on their own volition?
Yes, sir.
Did Mr. Jackson ever have any plans of traveling the 7 seas or visiting the far west?
No, not that I know of, he didn't.
Have the police found anything that might direct them to some individual person who might have abducted the Jackson family?
Well, I don't know.
Are you confident the police of Virginia and the FBI are doing a competent job?
Yes, sir, they're doing all they can. They seem to be working awfully hard over it.
And at this stage, better than a month after your daughter, son-in-law, and grandchildren have disappeared, are you optimistic that someday they will return?
I believe it. I certainly have hope and faith, and I pray every day. I pray harder than I ever did in my life for them to return safely.
Thank you, Miss Hill. You're an awfully brave woman.
Yeah, wife just got home, so I'm just playing it again. Give you guys something to do. Yes, of course this is related. Jeez. C.V. Jackson Jr. Yeah, the Jackson family. Because that's their house that they came from, I think. But I think this is where... And that's the mother of his wife.
Do you have any idea what possibly might have happened to your daughter, son-in-law, and 2 grandchildren?
Hey, welcome, Sassafras.
I think they were followed. It seems like they were followed because the mirror on the inside of the car was turned upward. And when the car stopped, they were forced out of the car into another car.
You're confident that this is what took place rather than their getting out of the car at an earlier point or at that point on their own volition?
Yes, sir.
Did Mr. Jackson ever have any plans
This is
of
maybe
traveling
even
the
16
70s or
millimeter.
visiting
It's pretty
the far
clear.
west?
No, not that I know of, he didn't.
Have the police found anything that might direct them to some individual person who might have abducted the Jackson family?
Well, I don't know.
Are you confident the police of
She gets really
Virginia
upset
and
at the
FBI
end.
are doing a competent job?
Yes, so they're doing all they can. They seem to be working awfully hard over it.
And
No,
this
she's not
day,
45.
better than a
She's
month
50
after
something.
your,
They already said.
daughter, son-in-law, and grandchildren have disappeared. Are you optimistic that someday they will return?
I believe it. I certainly have hope and faith, and I pray every day. I pray harder than I ever did in my life. Come to return safely.
Thank you, Miss Hill. You're an awfully brave woman.
Yeah. Crazy though, right? Look at her. She's just, It was weird to find that though. And then also, let's go over this thing. This was another document on that site. The website is, let's see, called curio.library.virginia.edu. So they actually had this, like a narration here. It says, along this Virginia highway, a deserted car belonging to Carol Vernon Jackson was found on January 12, 1959. Jackson, his wife, and 2 daughters have not been seen since that date. The 1958 model car, so a new car, the keys in it, showed no signs of violence. 2 dolls, Mrs. Jackson's purse containing $1, Jackson's hat, and the family Bible, along with other personal items, were found in the car. Jackson had been driving at night, and his rearview mirror, since removed by the FBI for possible fingerprints, had been turned up as if to shield him from lights following from behind. Interesting. Carol Jackson is 29 years old. He grew up in Louisa County, where he owned a small farm and worked as at a feed store. His wife, Mildred, is 27. There are 2 daughters, 5 years old Susan Ann and 18-year-old Janet. On the 11th of January, the Jacksons had gone to Richmond to visit friends. From Richmond, they drove to Bowling Green, but found their intended hosts away. So then from there, they dropped in on Mr. and Mrs. B.L. Hill, Mrs. Jackson's parents. The Jacksons stayed with the Hills for about an hour and left for home at 9:40 that evening. They have not been seen since. Jackson, a fast driver, usually took about 25 minutes to drive the 6 miles from the Hills farm to his home. He apparently did not take a possible shortcut over a dirt road because it was frozen and possibly blocked by fallen trees. Since the family disappeared, everything within a 10-mile radius of their home has been thoroughly searched. There are no clues in the case. No reasonable motives for a crime have been advanced. There are no suspects. The search, of course, continues. Ponds, mills, sawdust, incinerators, abandoned mines. The full-time state police investigators are still on the case. Jackson's mother-in-law, Mrs. Hill, told Telenews reporters Harry Clarkson she believes the family is still alive. Her theory is abduction. Let's see. What you think happened? Followed, mirror, turned up when the car stopped, got out. Yeah. Oh, that's weird. This is different than the one I had earlier. Had the items listed out. Strange. Well, it's moving too slowly, so I'm gonna have to do my. I'm gonna have to get an apple. You guys, where is it? Here we go. All right, so we're gonna go to the apple time now, and this is the time where, if you want to, you can help support the channel. We've been really struggling lately to keep up with what we were doing last year. I know it's like, getting around Christmas time. Some people don't have the money, but if you can afford it, if you could help out the channel and the charities so that we can, I want to double up last year, because last year we did 22,000 and done 41,000 to crime-related charities this year. Yep. Thank you. Oh, you did one up there. Yeah, thank you very much. LM, I saw yours up there. I was just reading through something at the time. Yeah. Let's see. All right, well, here we go. Maybe it'll work out. Who knows? Especially when you spend about 7 hours only on for you. What does that mean? CHRSF? Don't know what that means. Plus, I need to eat one as well. All right, who's going to get that the stem off of that sucker? That's so loud in my ear. Got a lot more to go on this, so. Oh, there's living it. Maybe we'll make LM be the stem, and then living it can be the first bite off of it. Living it as in living the dream. Oh, and there's Suzanne Marcella. Here we go. Wow, and there's Catty Corner. Thank you very much. Oh, look at Chloe's behind there. I'm eating an apple now myself. Oh, look at, you can see Chloe through there. Wow. She's excited for you guys to eat the apple. Look at her. There we go. Thank you, Barry Bento. Or Benton. Barry Benton. Yes, you can. There we go. I just like the regular Honeycrisp. I don't eat Gala apples. I eat Honeycrisp only. I've tried them all. This wins. Oh wow! Look at Sandra Turner. There we go. I'll do 2 bites for hers. All right. Here we go. There they are. Oh, there's another one. One sly angel. Look at that. She's hiding behind the apple. Thank you very much, Sandra Turner. The cat eye donation. So close to the normal nightly goal now. Poor Chloe, she's stuck. Hey LM, how come you always make comments like that? It's just like you didn't have to say anything at all. Just, you know what I mean? Oh, you gotta try one, Debbie Mitchell. They're so good. Oh, the cat eye donation is $50 one. Normally this big cat makes a sound, but I had it turned off. You know what I could do is I could have them. I could have put it on here, but there's still bites to go, everybody. There's, I think, 2 more bites. Wow. I guess people don't want to eat the bites. We've never not made it through the apple. Ooh. Well, we're just going to sit here until we get to the apple. That's the unfortunate part. It'll be a long night. There we go. And it looks like we're through it. Here we go. Look at that cute face. Come on, you guys. Oh, hold on. Now you can see the whole thing. Right there. There's Blue. Thank you, guys. Patty Barnett, Suzanne Marcella, One Sly Angel, Sandra Turner, Barry Benton, Caddy Corner, Suzanne Marcella, Living It, and LM for the Apple, and helping out the channel and the charities at the end of the month. And now they're all going to get off the stage. Look how cute Chloe is. Come on, you guys. Yeah, so for those of you wondering what's going on there, is that every single night on this channel, we have to bring in the super chats to a level that... So far this year, from the income from the channel, not like fundraisers and things, we've donated as a channel, because of the generosity of the freaks, $41,000. $22,000 of it's in a DNA fund. Texas EquiSearch $5,050. Innocence Project $1,000. The Polk County Sheriff $500 for an orphan girl. The Charlie Project $500. RAIN, which is Violence Against Women, $5,000. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, $4,450. Probably send some to one of those again this month. There you go. That's because of the freaks. All right. Now back to the actual story. All right. So we just saw some video back in the day when that was 1959. And at this point, there's a car found with various items in it. Keys in the ignition, Bible, etc., etc. And it appears that they were just pulled over. The Jackson family was visiting some friends. One of the friends wasn't home, so they went by the parents' house of Mrs. Jackson. And when they went there, spent 20 minutes or so, and then they took off and were heading back home. And it looks like somebody either had them pull over or ran them off the road, and then they were abducted out of the vehicle. Thanks, LM. Missing family kin sustained by hope. So everybody's got hope waiting. Mrs. Hill's a friendly, unaffected, gray hair, 56-year-old. So that lady, the mother, is 56, that we just saw interviewed a minute ago. They sustain themselves with hope, rising expectantly when the telephone rings, searching the faces of visitors for any expression. The grandfather feels much the same way. I've still got some hope, so everybody's hoping. Everybody's hoping. Police hunt for Jacksons in 6 week. In 6 week of search at this point. The search for the missing Carol Vernon Jackson Jr. family entered its 6th week here today with still no word of the family missing since January 11th. Investigators said they were continuing to check new leads and to recheck old ones. All leads to this point have had negative results. Jackson, 29, was a clerk and truck driver for a Louisa feed store who was to have taken a job February 1st with the Coachland County Bank. His wife Mildred Hill Jackson, 27, and their 2 daughters, Susan Ann, 5, and Janet Carroll, 18 months, disappeared while driving from the home of Mrs. Jackson's parents at Buckner to their home 15 miles away. They said it was 6 miles away, though, didn't they? Probably lived on the outskirts of each. Okay, and this is on the February 25th, so now we're way after it happened. The 11th of January, now we're on the 25th of February. Okay. First entry in the state police file here on the missing Carol Vernon Jackson Jr. family is a routine report taken by Trooper L.F. Warden. The initial report that launched Virginia's greatest missing person hunt was timed 7:20 p.m. January 12th, a Monday. The Jackson father, mother, and 2 tiny daughters vanished the night before. So there was a 20-hour gap there. Members of the family drove down State Route 618, now we can sort of derive some of this now, because now we can so Route 609, so now let's see where VA 618 is. Is that this one? Or is it just this little... Oh, that's 618. Okay, so 618. And that's Route 609. Does that just keep going? 609. It's hard to tell if they changed anything from... Yeah, so there's Apple Grove. I think that's where the parents of the wife live. So if that's true, maybe 647. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it exists the way they said it. That was going to be cool, though. We could have said they left onto State Route 609 for a check. Okay. The members of the family drove down Route 618, turned left onto State Route 609 for a check of the car. It was the Jackson auto. Yeah. They examined... Oh, so this is the family finding them. But I think that's the mother found them. So I don't know how 618 runs into 609, but... they examined its interior, noted its position, found it in running condition. Miss Jackson's brother, George Hill, drove the car into a driveway of 100 yards away. So it was 100 yards away. They returned home... So he just drove it, put it into a driveway 100 yards away to get it off the street. That night, two of of 3 civilian volunteers joined with police in a ground search. On the following day, more volunteers showed up, and on the ground search was expanded. FBI agents looking for possible offense abduction appeared in Louisa. Though there is not yet positive proof of federal offense, FBI agents still put in long hours on the case. Yeah, so, everybody's still searching. And then we move over to March 4th. This was weird here. Now we're into bizarro world, serial killer, crazy stuff here. In a disappearance shrouded in mystery since January 11th, more mystery was revealed today as a state police sought the writer of a letter dealing with the case of Carol Vernon Jackson of Louisa County. A state police investigator, G.S. Cooper, went to Alexandria earlier this afternoon and issued an appeal to the writer of a letter who used a symbol as a signature to get in touch with him at the Virginia State Police Department. Cooper sought the aid of all available news media, newspapers, radio, and television stations, and in appealing to the letter writer to call him at the substation. Cooper said he sought aid because police efforts to learn the identity of the letter writer had gone unrewarded. The writer, who said further communications would be signed with the same symbol. See, that's weird that the letter writer would say something like that. Wrote on January 27th to Cooper and R.L. Bumgardner, another state police investigator at the Mineral Firehouse in Louisa County headquarters of the search for Jacksons. The letter, Cooper said, was postmarked Washington and was canceled at 12:30 a.m. January 28th. There has been no further word from its writer. Of course, said Cooper, we have no way of assessing credibility of the contents, but those contents certainly warrant further investigation. We decline to reveal. It's probably some psychic or who knows. Pretty weird though, right? He declined to reveal the letter contents for what he said were 2 reasons. The letter said that Jacksons were alive at the time of the writing. Well, that's not true. If they still are alive, then they would be endangered. The writer's life might also be endangered by a disclosure of the contents. Cooper said that he was using the substation telephone as a contact source, but would meet the letter writer at any spot the writer chooses. He promised that the writer's identity would be kept confidential. The investigator said he would stay at Alexandria through tomorrow. The Jackson family, the father 29, the mother 27, and 2 daughters 5 and 18 months, have been missing since January 11th. Their abandoned car was found between their homes and the home of the mother's parents, from whence they had left that night. A large-scale missing person hunt has been underway since January 12th to no avail. And the very next day, in the paper, virtual certainty that bodies those of family. Authorities said today it was virtually certain the bodies of a man and a young girl found Wednesday in debris-strewn field were those of members of family missing for 7 weeks. The man had been shot in the back of the head. His hands were bound. Authorities, doesn't that sound similar to that car incident though, right? Remember, put your hands behind your back in the time? Authorities said positive identification by facial characteristics was impossible. They said there was no indication as to how long the bodies found yesterday had lain there. After field examination, the bodies were taken to Richmond, where State Chief Medical Examiner Dr. G.T. Mann would attempt to make a positive identification. Captain W.W. Blythe of the state police said it was practically certain the bodies were those of Carol V. Jackson, that's the dad, and his youngest daughter, Janet, 1.5. That was the 18-month-old. Jackson, his 27-year-old wife, and their 2 daughters, aged 5 and 1.5, have been missing since January 11th. Blythe and John Roche, special agent in charge of the Richmond FBI Bureau, said they felt other bodies would be found soon in the same area. An intensive search was underway, some 30 men, mostly state police, but including 6 FBI agents. Blythe said the investigators still were puzzled by the apparent lack of motives in the Jackson case. He discounted the idea of robbery. Blythe said both bodies were lying face down, listen to this, with the child's body under that of the man. The man's hands had been tied behind his back with a red necktie between his own. So, let's see, the man's hands had been tied behind his back with a red necktie believed to be his own. There was change in the man's pocket, but no wallet. The girl's hands were not tied. A pair of eyeglasses, similar to those worn by Jackson, was found near the body, the right lens broken out. Also found near the body were 2 pairs of women's shoes. One pair was red, and police said it was uncertain what color the other pair was, and they had faded. They could have been blue, police said. Mrs. Jackson was wearing blue shoes when last seen. Blythe said a search would be made of the area to see if other bodies might be found. 2 Fredericksburg men found the bodies yesterday near a mound of sawdust about 2 miles west of here. The location was about 50 feet off a small dirt road and about 300 yards from a narrow, winding state secondary road. I wish they gave the actual road. The site is 45 road miles from where Jackson's abandoned car was discovered. So, man, they were transported a long ways. Earlier today, Blythe said there were indications a second child's body might be under the body of the man. When the bodies were moved, it was discovered there was only one child's body. But the position of the child's legs made it appear there might be another. Dr. Mann said it was impossible to tell yet what caused their deaths. An early report that the man's body might have a bullet wound could not be substantiated. The Jacksons' car was found January 12th, 8 miles from their home at Apple Grove. State police had said the biggest problem they faced in the hunt for the Jacksons was the absence of evidence and the absence of a motive. Dr. W.H. Johnson, medical examiner of Spotsylvania County, in which the bodies were found, said one body was that of a large man and the other that of a child less than 2 years old. Jackson stood 6'2", weighed 215 pounds. His daughter Janet was 1.5 years old, and the other daughter Susan was 5. Okay. Then we go a couple days forward. Facts sought on exact time Jackson's died. Authorities directing the investigation of the Jackson case met here yesterday to discuss medical data obtained in the examination of the bodies. 9 persons, doctors, state police officers, and investigators, and an FBI agent met for 90 minutes. A key point raised during the meeting was the necessity for obtaining precise information about the contents of the evening meal consumed by the Jacksons on January 11th, the night the family disappeared. This information is needed to help determine the time of the Jacksons' death. Right, because then you can tell if it's the same food that was eaten, because if there's other food in the stomach, you can't necessarily assume that it was the food that is known to have been eaten. If they were kept alive somewhere and fed, you wouldn't know. Right? So you want to check to see, like, if you eat green beans or there's still green beans. I mean, we're talking 2 months later, though. Captain CM, well, they only found 2 of them so far. Captain C.M. Lindsay of State Police Headquarters here said that he is eager to hear from anyone who might know what the Jacksons ate the night they disappeared. At the meeting, besides Dr. Mann and Captain Lindsay, were Dr. Lindsay K., toxicologist. Jackson and his younger daughter were found dead late Wednesday afternoon in a brush pile near Fredericksburg. Still missing are Mrs. Mildred Jackson, 27, and another daughter, Susan Ann, 5. Dr. Mann said yesterday that Jackson had been shot in the back of the head with a .38 caliber bullet, exactly the same way as the earlier, the case of, I believe, Margaret Harold. Exactly the same. There's absolutely no difference. Now, the victim was also beaten about the head, possibly with a gun butt. Cause of the child's death will not be determined until sometime next week or later, Dr. Mann said. We still have a lot of tests to run. The two bodies were released to a funeral home by the medical examiner's office. Robbery was not a motive. They expect to pinpoint the time Jackson and Janet died. Jackson was shot by a large caliber bullet which was fired into the left temple at the eyebrow line and emerged slightly higher above the right eyebrow. So let's see, left. Yeah, so it was shot from behind. Yep. So think about your temple, and then it came out the right eyebrow. So that means it's got an angle heading forward. So I think this guy was in the back seat, and he probably had him pull over, and then he shot him in whatever car he was driving. He must have shot him. I don't know. That's just what it seems like. Although, why would you shoot it inside your car? I don't know. That's a weird one. But in the other case, remember, he wanted to have them both tie their hands behind the seats. Jackson was not shot in the prone position in which his body was found. The public does not realize the extent of which laboratory tests must be carried out. Well, they do now. Okay. It takes 2 seconds, right? You just throw somebody's DNA into a machine, and it goes, and then boom, it pops out a name. Jackson case baffling to all investigators. Virginia police have seldom worked as hard to solve a crime as they have worked on the Jackson family slayings. In the 10 weeks since the 4 Jacksons disappeared, local, state, and federal investigators evidently have not found a single clue. That is what they've said repeatedly. Police are left with the tentative conclusion that one or more mentally deranged people forced the Jackson car off the road and kidnapped the family, probably at gunpoint. The Jacksons may have known that, well, it was gunpoint because a gun was used later, right? So it was about 2.5 weeks since the first bodies were found. An examination showed that the father had been shot in the left temple and that the small girl, listen to this, listen to how shitty this is. So this is what was determined. Here, listen. It has been 2.5 weeks since the first 2 bodies were found. An examination showed that the father had been shot in the left temple and that the small girl perhaps died of suffocation or exposure when her wounded father fell on top of her. I think he was put on top of her. Those slayings occurred perhaps on the night of the disappearance. Medical examiners said the dirt road near which the bodies were found was 40 to 50 miles from the Jacksons' abandoned car. The exact distance depends on which of several routes is taken. The site where the mother and other daughter were found is about 80 miles northwest of Fredericksburg. So they were found too, so it's right here. See, there you go. That article is the same day, so that one just happened to pop up first, so unfortunately I put them out of order. But anyways, 2 boys discover bodies of mother and older daughter. Well, here's a map here, so I'm kind of wondering if I don't know if it's showing what we're looking at here. Yeah, are they actually... Oh, 1, Fredericksburg 2, 3... Oh no. Oh, what a nightmare. The Jackson family disappeared January 11th. Their car was found abandoned the next day on a rural road in Louisa County. That's number 1. I wonder if they did this. Let's see how accurate this is. Let's see. So they have... Oh, they didn't really list the roads, but let's see if that's Richmond. Is that right here? Okay, that makes sense. Richmond, and you kind of have like this one. I see this one off to the side, and that one, yeah, and this one. And this one, so I think it's like this, and okay, so we're you know, Apple Grove is right there, and then 2 is Fredericksburg, and that should be kind of like up here, right? Oh, there it is, right here, Fredericksburg. Fredericksburg, and then there's another one, another spot, which is Annapolis. Yeah, way up here. So somewhere around in here-ish. The 4 members of the Jackson family disappeared. Okay, the bodies of the last 2 members of the missing Jackson family were found yesterday in a shallow grave near Annapolis, Maryland. So they were found in a shallow grave. The grave, about 8 miles west of Annapolis. Okay, so 8 miles west. Okay, so sort of just right around in there. Somewhere over here. What's that one? Oh, that's kind of weird. That's where Margaret Harold... Look how crazy that is. So their bodies were dumped right there. And this is from earlier. This is generally where Margaret Harold was. I mean, come on. Isn't that weird? I mean, we're putting pins on a map, and all of a sudden, I mean, look at that. That is almost exactly in that spot right there. I mean, how far away is that? This is the Margaret Harold spot. 2.63 miles, because that's 8 miles west of Annapolis. So you're right near, we don't know how precise these are. I mean, but of course at that point you go, wow, that's weird. That's just like Margaret Harold. Let's see. The Baltimore last night, the Associated Press reported do we read this part? The 4 members of the Jackson family disappeared January 11th. They were last seen alive that night when they left the home of Mrs. Jackson's parents. In Baltimore last night, the Associated Press reported Dr. Russell S. Fisher, chief medical examiner of Maryland, said there is no question about the identity of the 2 bodies. An autopsy showed Miss Jackson had been strangled with stockings. Susan Ann died of a fractured skull. She had been hit with a blunt instrument. I mean, what a freaking monster, you know? Jesus. He, purposely put the adult on top of that little baby knowing they would just die. Horrible death. Who knows how long that child was alive underneath the father. And in this case, the 5-year-old, he pounded in the head with something and strangled the mother. The mother was probably the whole thing. He wanted to sexually attack one. I don't know. Probably wasn't a pedophile. I guess we'll see later. But an autopsy showed Miss Jackson had been strangled with the stockings, and she was crushed in the head. Susan was. 2 boys, John Bolin, 14, and John Patty, 13, were playing in the woods. How many times do you hear this exact same? That's how they're found. 2 boys fishing, 2 boys playing. It's always the same. They were playing in an area off of U.S. Route 301. Okay, so let's see. Oh, okay, that's 301. Right? .301. That's still 301. Okay, so we're right there. Boom. Oh, that's such what a guess. So close. Let me see where the isolated area off U.S. Route 301, about 8 miles west of Annapolis, when they saw a mound of fresh dirt. So somewhere right around in this area, Could be over here. Doesn't sound like it's in the water, but you're very close. They saw a mound of fresh dirt. They began scratching at the top of the pile, believing it was an animal nest. That probably scarred those kids for life. The youngster pulled at some hair. It was that of the child, Captain Elmer Hager. Oh boy. The 2 boys ran to the Bullen's house, about a quarter mile away. So, who are the Bullens? Hold on a second. 2 boys, John Bullen. Okay. Yeah, let me just take a shot in the dark here at this. Let me try it. There we go. John Bullen. Let's see. No, that's not it. In case he somehow got the house later. Or, let's see. John Bullen. And this would be, what was the name of that town again? Annapolis. Okay. Wait, hold on. Where's Annapolis? Mm-hmm. And what year that would have been? So he'd be about, oh God, probably 70 something, 77. Let's see if that one works. Could just get a miracle here, depending on how long the parents lived there, and then maybe he lived there. Let's see, come on, is it gonna work? Anything? Annapolis. 2018, 76. It's probably his sister. 2005. Maybe that's the mom. I'm just checking to see if that would just show up randomly. Let's see. No. I didn't think there was a good shot in hell that would happen, but let me try this other one that's a little older. Because maybe that's the dad or something. Nope, not there. Alright. The two boys ran to the Bullens' house, about a quarter-mile away, to report their find. The grave containing the bodies was about a half-mile from the end of a lonely road. It was more than 2 feet deep. Hagner said Miss Jackson was on her back in the grave. Her daughter was face down on top of her. Jeez. Miss Jackson's shoes were missing, but otherwise she was dressed as she was on the day she disappeared. Huh. Remember the other one, shoes are missing too. An unusually large wedding ring, maybe they're like souvenirs or something. An unusually large wedding ring helped in the identification of Miss Jackson. The ring bore the biblical inscription. It is from Genesis 31, verse 49, and concerns the parting of Laban and his son-in-law Jacob. It reads in part, "And Mizpah, for he said, the Lord watch between me and thee when we are absent one from the other." Miss Jackson was wearing a blue dress with silver braid on the sleeves and a matching silver braid belt. Miss Jackson's dress was pulled up around her head, but Dr. Fisher said he didn't believe she had been sexually assaulted. No, that's not true. The little girl was clothed in a red skirt, white blouse, white and red pinafore, long dark tweed coat, black patent leather. Family believes slain soon after vanished. There was a previous page on this, but took Jackson and his younger daughter. Jackson had been shot in the head with a .38 caliber bullet. He had fallen on top of his younger daughter. Well, you don't know if he fell on top of her or he just put her there, right? I mean, people don't know that. No conclusion has been disclosed as to the cause of Janet's death, although exposure and suffocation have been mentioned. Authorities said Janet is the 18-month-old. Authorities said there are numerous possible routes the slayer could have taken from the Fredericksburg to Maryland. The reaction among Louisa residents to the finding of the bodies was largely one of disbelief, and the two remaining members of the missing family had been located. Few people held any hope that they were still alive. The Jackson family disappeared from a remote Louisa County road about 10 p.m. on Sunday, January 11th. They're much better in today giving out the precise address. They'll say like the 1400 block but as far as details go, they give way more details back then. They were on their way from Buckner, where they had been visiting with Jackson's parents. to their home at Apple Grove, 15 miles away. So maybe he can get there in 20 minutes, and that newspaper was wrong. 15 miles is probably more accurate. Their car was found the next day abandoned about halfway between the two homes. So they got about 7 miles probably. Area residents reported seeing lights and hearing automobile doors slam at the spot where the car was found. So people did hear, they saw lights and they heard doors slamming. Several motorists reported attempts to force them off the road that night. So different motorists said that they were also... So this person was, he was trying to find someone. I mean, what a strange target that is. And this is another photo that would be something you could frame, not because it's just sort of how great the photos were taken back then, in black and white. If you're trying to, make a wall full of crimes that you're interested in thinking about. But I mean, look at that. That's crazy, right? And this is the family, and that's, I think, I don't know, I can't tell if that's the lady that was interviewed in front of the store earlier. Let's see really quick.
Of Virginia.
Yeah, that could be. I think that is this person. Just, the glasses, everything looks kind of similar. Could be this lady right here too, though, actually. Just doesn't have glasses on. But either way. So it says right here, family visits grave, and I thought, oh, okay. But no, they actually went out to the damn shallow grave. The family and Mrs. Mildred Hill Jackson Tuesday visited the shallow grave. So I think that's her right there. Now that the way they just worded that. The family of Mrs. Mildred Hill Jackson Tuesday visited the shallow grave in Anne Arundel County, Maryland, where the bodies of Mrs. Jackson and her daughter Susan 5 were found Saturday. From left, okay, let's see. Maybe we were right the first time. From left are Mrs. Jackson's brother, George Hill. George Hill Bumpus, VA, a sister, there you go, Miss Frederick Funderburg, Romney, West Virginia, and the mother and father, Mr. and Mrs. B. Hill. So there you go. That's the lady right there is the lady in the video, or the movie we watched, and that's her husband right there. Miss Jackson, let's see, left, and Mrs. Funderburg Hill said the family felt they had to go see for themselves the spot where Mrs. Jackson was found. So it's crazy, right? Somebody sat there and dug a hole and then put him in there and then buried the hole. It's just so sick, Sickening. That was a 26. Okay, 28. Now this is just a bullet point that I found somewhere else. Investigators continue to work seeking the savage and possibly sex-motivated killer of the Carol Jackson family after the discovery of the mother and older child's bodies near Annapolis, Maryland. The family of 4, Carol 29, Mildred 27, and 2 children, Susan Ann 5 and Janet Carroll 18 months, were all slain after being kidnapped from their car en route to their Louisa home January 11th. This is actually worse than a lot of stuff you even see today, right? You don't see this stuff very much. You don't see somebody just kind of, driving around and pull over somebody's car, abduct a whole family, and kill children and the adults. It's freaking nuts. That just shows you there's psychos all the time. It doesn't matter what era you're in. So I guess there was a drawing. Police, after studying an artist's drawing of a suspect, stepped up their search Monday for the killer. Washington police, along with those from Maryland and Virginia, met Monday morning to map plans for an intensive search for the murder. The description accompanying the drawing: he was white, about 6 feet tall, weighing 175 pounds, between 25 and 30 years old, dark brown or black hair, dark brown eyes, very fair complexion, hair parted on the left and combed back, a large shock of hair over the right side of the forehead, which the man frequently brushes back with his hand. The man is described as being neat and clean. How'd they get all that? Who'd they get this from? Jackson. Oh, the other people that were tried to, that he tried to run off the road a couple times. The man is described as being neat and clean with a better than average vocabulary, known to be a sex pervert and exhibitionist. He was carrying a snub-nosed 32 or 38, so now I think they're linking it to the other case because it was so close, right? This one. That's the one with the snub nose with the... this is the Margaret Harold when she was attacked, when she was with the military officer, or not officer, just military guy, and they were in the car, and remember, she wanted to go down the road. They drove down the road, then they parked for 20 minutes. They saw a guy. He came towards the car. The military boyfriend or whatever got out of the car, and then he said, "Hey, can I get a ride?" And then the military guy got back in the car, but he didn't want to give the guy a ride. And then the guy just jumped in the car, and then he pulled out the snub-nose gun and told them to put their hands behind the seats. Okay? So there you go. That sounds almost exactly... I almost feel like that is who they're describing. That's the witness, because they now think that they're absolutely related. But interestingly, well, the father... You know what they probably did? Ballistics matched the bullet that killed the dad with the bullet that killed Margaret Harold. And now they know that the person that was described by the officer is the person they're looking for. Yes. Let's see. And that's what my guess is. Let me see. The same night that the Jacksons disappeared, it could be a totally different reason though. A family from Montpelier in Hanover County, Virginia. Oh, see, and could have been one of the other instances. So good. Was forced to halt about 20 miles from the spot where the Jacksons' car was found. A woman said she heard her husband and 18-month-old daughter. Wow, same scenario. Her husband and 18-month-old daughter and 1-year-old boy. Wow, so they had four, almost exactly the same scenario. Who lives with them were returning to their home from Rockville, Virginia, when an auto whipped in front of them and forced them to stop. She described the driver as... Well, so I think this is a different description. I mean, it's another description, but it can't see all that other stuff. The other stuff had to have been the military guy, because it's too much time sitting right next to the person to get that much of a description. A car driving by, running out the road, you can get some, but you wouldn't have... Well, he pulls his hair back. You wouldn't have that kind of detail. Well, Gray, maybe they would... Yeah, come on. She described the driver as a young white man with long dark hair driving an old model Ford. He had been following us bumper to bumper a few seconds, she said. He pulled around. We stopped. This is the one we heard about earlier. And he slid quickly across the front seat. I don't understand this part. He pulled around. We stopped, and he slid quickly across the front seat and started out the right door. Our car lights hit him, and I got a good look at his face. My husband managed... Okay, I guess he got in the car for a minute. managed somehow... That sounds exactly like that other story. I think we did hear about that one earlier. My husband managed somehow to get around him, and we left. As far as we know, he didn't try to follow us. Police and the FBI have been trying to link the incident with the Jackson slaying through the auto, a light green 1952 or 53 Ford. Another incident, which may have some bearing on the Jackson case, happened on the same night on January 11th. A couple from Rockville, Virginia, said they met a car on Route 612. As the car approached, the couple said the driver blinked the lights rapidly and excitedly honked the horn. They said he turned towards their car in an obvious effort to force it from the road. So this is his MO here. But they swerved in time and continued on home. Scott said the suspect is believed to be driving a light-colored, two-color Ford sedan in 1952 or 53 or 54. Such a car also was used in a case last August near Laurel, Maryland, where a couple was forced off the road. Huh. Yeah. So this guy, that's his MO right there. Wasn't that the one though? Laurel? Hold on. Yeah, this guy was just at work in this area here. It's just crazy. Missing woman had nearly reached home. Two missing Clarksburg matrons who disappeared mysteriously last Wednesday night may have gotten within 24 miles of their hometown. A filling station attendant at Weston 20... I don't know if this is something that they thought maybe was going to be related. State Police Sergeant W.L. Pike said the attendant gave a description of his customers that generally fit the missing women. So this is something different. Previously 9:45 Wednesday, the latest hour at which the whereabouts of Mrs. Ferguson and Miss Conley was believed known. Then they left a restaurant near Sutton 70. State Police Superintendent Hazen Fair said there was a remote possibility the two women met the same fate that befell the four members of the Jackson family of Apple Grove, Louisa County, Virginia. I don't know what actually ended up happening to those people. I tried looking one of them up, but I couldn't find anything. So they thought maybe it was the same thing. Now this is January. This should have been January 23rd. So we don't need to read that one. And this one's also going to be wrong. That was also January 23rd. Landowners are asked to search property for missing family. Yeah, but they've already been found at this point. Okay. So now we're going to go back out to the next portion. On 1960, June 24th. Here we go. So this was about a year and a half later. FBI agents here today announced the arrest at Memphis, Tennessee, of a former University of Maryland student in connection with the mystery murder of Mrs. Margaret V. Harold. Okay, that was the one with the military individual in the car, right? In Anne Arundel County 3 years ago. Melvin David Rees, Jr., 31, now of West Memphis, Arkansas, was arrested and arraigned before a federal commissioner at Memphis on a federal complaint charging him with unlawful flight to avoid prosecution in the Harold murder. FBI officials declined to comment whether Rees might also have a connection with another famous unsolved murder, that of the Jackson family. The bodies of The two of the members of the family were found in Anne Arundel County. See, that's right next to, I just said, that was funny because that's where the Harold, it was 2 miles away. Miss Harold, 36, was shot and killed by a gunman while parked in a wooded area near her home at Granville's Anne Arundel County, which an Army sergeant who managed to flee from an unidentified assailant. See, boom. There you go. And then we go to the 25th. FBI arrests former students in Lover's Lane murder case. A former musician and university student in the Washington, D.C. area is being held for a July 6 hearing in connection with the slaying of a woman in Anne Arundel County, Maryland, 1957. Melvin David Rees, Jr., 31, was arraigned before U.S. Commissioner Leslie Nicholson yesterday on a charge of unlawful flight to avoid prosecution. Miss Margaret V. Harold, 36, mother of 2 children, was shot to death as she sat in a parked car with an Army sergeant on a dirt road. Her companion was Sergeant Roy D. Hudson, who told police the assailant was a bushy-haired man who asked for a ride, then pulled a pistol and demanded money. When the sergeant told the man to put the weapon away, the stranger shot Miss Harold twice in the back of the head. He fled from the car and farmhouse and summoned police. Rees was found in Washington, D.C. in 1920. Was born in Washington in 1929. Until recently, he had played in dance bands in the Washington area. James Kelly, special agent in charge of the FBI, Baltimore, expressed a belief he lived with his parents in Hyattsville, Maryland at the time of the Harold slaying. He attended the University of Maryland about 3 years in the mid-50s. I bet you this guy's got a ton of killings that haven't been assigned to him yet. The Jacksons apparently were forced off the road in Louisa County, Virginia, on January 11, 1959, and their car was found abandoned several weeks later. The bodies of the father and one of the young daughters was found in a shallow grave near Fredericksburg, Virginia. Jackson had been shot. See, there now we're getting a picture of the guy right there. A musician 31 is held in Harold murder after arrest by the FBI. The FBI said Rees will have a hearing on July 6 in Memphis on the federal charge. Agents said he was arrested without incident at the West Memphis Piano Company. Miss Harold, the 36-year-old mother of 2 children, was shot and killed by a gunman as she sat in a parked car on a lonely, dead-end road in company with an Army sergeant. The slain woman's escort, M. Sergeant Matt, maybe it's like Master Sergeant, maybe Roy D. Hudson, 31, escaped the assailant by jumping from the car and running across fields. Although Rees was employed as a salesman for the piano company in West Memphis, the FBI said he formerly worked in the Washington and Hyattsville area as a musician and teacher. Isn't that weird? He's a teacher and a musician. He's out there killing people. For months after Mr. Harold was slain, police checked reports that the Edgewater truck driver stopped to aid the driver of a green sedan whose car, remember that? That was mentioned, right? The green car, that's right, was in a, that's crazy, I remember that. That was in that one article. That was a truck driver that helped a guy in a green sedan. It was in a ditch. Rees became a prime suspect in the slaying about 8 to 10 weeks ago. Captain Elmer F. Hagner of the Anne Arundel Force was sent to Memphis to aid the federal officers in approaching Rees. Close to 100 cars were examined as a possible getaway car used by the killer. Yeah, and that car color kind of matches all of them. Some people say blue, light green, light blue, whatever. And look at this. There's a picture here. He was married, too. See? That's his wife right there. Blonde nightclub singer, dancer. See, there's something to that. He's married to a blonde nightclub singer, and he's a teacher and singer. She identified herself as the wife of Melvin D. Rees, Jr. He was arraigned on federal charges of kidnapping. Yeah, he's married, yeah. Okay, there he is right there. Jackson kidnapping are laid to suspect in Harold murder. Melvin, yeah, see? Jackson kidnappings are laid to suspect. So now they've been added to it. Melvin David Rees, Jr. was accused yesterday in the murders of the 4-member Carol V. Jackson Jr. family in January 1959. He is also being held in a 5th killing, that of Mrs. Margaret V. Harold, who was slain near Gambrels, Maryland. FBI agents in Baltimore filed complaints with the United States Commissioner H. Allen Vesger. The beaten bodies were found March 21st, 1959 in shallow grave about 3 miles from the Harold shooting. Yeah, see that? Now we just said that. That's crazy, right? See? That's what almost exactly the same measurement. I said it was like 2 something. So I have 2.69. But driving it would be probably 3. Yeah, so that means the estimates worked out pretty well. Their beaten bodies were found March 21st, 1959 in a shallow grave. Rees held in Memphis, Virginia, charges drawn, blah, 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 blah. Let me just read the headline to these. I don't want to keep reading through these. Jackson kidnapping laid to Harold, suspect got that. This one is friend called Rees Harold killer in letter a year ago. Yeah, see, there you go. A letter received at the office of Virginia's governor a year ago apparently brought Melvin David Rees Jr.'s under police scrutiny. Rees, 31, is held in the Shelby County, Tennessee jail. It's been a matter of building evidence and narrowing the gap. Lindsay said Rees was one of some 2,000 leads checked out by police since Governor J. Lindsay Almond Jr. received a letter a year ago from a friend of Rees asserting that Rees had killed Miss Margaret V. Harold, 36, of Fort Meade, Maryland. If we knew then what we know now about this guy, we would have gone out and got him then. Rees, a musician playing with small bands, has lived in New York, South Carolina, Florida. Texas and Montana since the Jackson disappeared in January. At Norfolk, Glen, so he's moved all over the place. He's staying out on the run. Moser said in a newspaper interview he lived with Rees in Norfolk 4 weeks after the Jackson family slayings. I think he knew that I knew he did it. The Norfolk man said he and Rees grew up together in Hyattsville, Maryland. Moser said Rees was my best friend, my only real good friend. Rees has been charged by the FBI with the deaths of Mrs. Jackson, 29, and her daughter, Susan Ann, 5, 2 of the 4 members of the Jackson family slain. The bodies of the father and Janet Carroll, 17 months, were found near Fredericksburg, and the other 2 bodies in Maryland. On his return here with state police investigators, R.H. Caulfield Jr., Lindsay said the federal charges would take precedent. The Maryland charges would come secondary. He simply refused to answer questions about the case. He would only say he had been instructed by his lawyer not to talk. So he wouldn't talk it to authorities at all. Not unusual at all. Federal grand jury indicts Melvin Rees. So there you go. He was indicted. And then U.S. juror here too in Rees's case. So let's see. I think this, I thought maybe some of this was interesting. Shall be 16. Rees held in jail in Memphis in lieu of a $100,000 bail. Several things that have developed, Lieutenant Hoover said, but I can't say there's a positive connection between Rees and the murder of the girls. He's talking about two other girls. I think he might be talking about the first case that we talked about, the Fellers and Venables case. The federal warrant charging Rees with kidnapping Mrs. Jackson and her daughter contains an affidavit that relates a detailed account of the Jackson case. Yeah. Let's see. And, he ends up being found guilty, and he was in prison. And then we're going all the way to moving forward here. So this is him right there. And look how crazy this image is in here. I mean, that's actually a body face down, legs, one leg there, it looks like. And this is an article from 1995. Way later, right? 30-something years later. But I thought it'd be interesting just to go through this one pager here, and that'll be it on it. Evelyn Ballard saw the empty car parked half on the shoulder, half on the rural Route 609 in the rolling woodland of Louisa County in Northern Virginia. One door was open, she noticed as she drove to Richmond that morning of January 12, 1959. Returning late that afternoon, Evelyn saw the car in the same spot near Mineral, Virginia, but thought nothing about it until she reached home and her sister Clara Hill phoned. "I'm worried sick," Clara said. "I haven't been able to reach Mildred at home or Carol at the feed store." Mildred Jackson, 27, was Clara's daughter. Evelyn's niece, Mildred, lived in Apple Grove, Virginia, with her husband, Carol V. Jackson, Jr., 29, a store clerk, and their children, Susan, 5, and Janet, 1. Just the night before, the Jacksons had visited Mildred's parents, Clara and Lewis Hill, at their house in Buckner. The family left at 9:40 p.m. for the 8-mile trip home. See, we've seen 15 and 8. Evelyn immediately drove back to the deserted car. It was the Jacksons' 1958 Chevy. In the auto were a diaper, a baby bottle, Mildred's handbag, her scarf, and Bible. The Jacksons had attended church in Apple Grove before their Sunday jaunt. Ballard called Sheriff William F. Prophet, who alerted state police. Police found the Jackson car in perfect running order, the key in the ignition. There was no blood, no sign of violence. Two things caught their eye. The inside rearview mirror was tilted upwards, and several feet in front of the car, heavy skid marks cut diagonally across the road as if the auto had been purposely cut off by another motorist. A frightened couple also reported that a man in a blue car had cut them off that night in that area, but as they approached the car, the couple put their auto in reverse and sped off. They said the stranger was young, wild-looking, with bushy dark hair. Same guy. A neighbor reported hearing a car door slam and an auto pull away at 10 p.m. that night. A motorist told cops that about the same time he saw the deserted Chevy in the road. A massive search aided by Marines and helicopters found nothing. That's because they were 50 miles away at least. 7 weeks later, on March 4th, 2 men harvesting sawdust mulch from an abandoned sawmill 40 miles north near Fredericksburg stumbled upon Jackson's body under a pile of brambles. Underneath him lay the body of baby Janet. Jackson, his hands tied in front of him, I thought they were tied behind his back, tied in front of him with his own red necktie, had been beaten and shot twice in the head with a .38. And twice in the head, just like what's her name again? Hold on a second. Just like Margaret Harold. Same thing. Some 25 feet from the bodies lay a pair of brown plastic pistol grips. A 10-mile radius search failed to uncover the bodies of Mildred or the other daughter, or the daughter, the 5-year-old. 80 miles farther north outside of Grambles, Maryland, near Fort Meade. They were found 3 weeks later, 80 miles farther. Okay, so that's crazy, right? So they were found like 100 and something miles away from 100 and shit, what is that? Like 110 miles away from the mother-in-law of the father. I mean, it's crazy, right? The bodies were badly decomposed, but Clara Hill identified her daughter's wedding ring with its biblical inscription. Susan's body, its skull fractured, lay below her mother in a shallow grave. I thought it was the other way around, that she was on top. I don't think that's right. Remember, it was the mother was on her back and the daughter was face down on top of her. Her dress was yanked over her head, that part's right, but she wore her girdle and underwear. State medical examiner Russell Fisher could not say definitely that Mildred had been raped. The brutality of the slayings prompted hundreds of tips. State, county, and federal authorities checked them all out. In May 1960, hold on. In May 1960, Glenn L. Moser, 31, of Norfolk, went to the FBI office and said he suspected that his friend, a moody musician... Yeah, you know what this sounds like? It sounds like... who's this sound like, Cairo? It sounds a little bit like our Delphi buddy, who's musician friend, right? That's pretty funny. Musician named Melvin David Rees Jr. So this guy just walked into the FBI and said, was also 31 and slain the Jacksons. So he went in he said that's what he did. He killed him. Moser and Rees grew up together in Hyattsville, Maryland, and had been classmates at the University of Maryland. Moser suspected Rees of killing Fort Meade clerk typist Margaret V. Harold, 36, mother of 2. The woman was shot to death June 26 in 1957 after parking with Army Sergeant Roy D. Hudson in a lover's lane near Hyattsville. The killer tied Hudson to a tree and attacked Margaret. Wait, what? Hold on a second. Shot to death June 26 after parking with Army Sergeant Roy D. Hudson in Lover's Lane near Hudsonville. No, he never tied anybody to a tree. The hell? Who wrote this shit here? The killer tied Hudson to a tree and attacked Margaret in view of the soldier who managed to free himself. I mean, I don't know if that's something that came out later and didn't want to be in the papers or what, but that's not what the story was. You remember? The story was that the guy asked him to tie his hands around the car seat, and then he said, well, I'm not going to give you money, I'll get the money somehow, and then he shot her in the head and he jumped out of the car. So maybe there was more to the story but wasn't put in the paper. I don't know, but that doesn't match what was said. You guys remember that part? Or is there anybody actually listening? Bushy-haired, returning with lawmen, Hudson found his date dead from a .38 The slug, too mutilated to trace, a composite of the slayer given by Hudson, looked like Rees, Moser thought. The FBI questioned Rees, who was working in a music store in West Memphis, Arkansas, and living with a girlfriend. He played sax, clarinet, and piano with a jazz group. His wife, so he's living with the girlfriend, he has a wife. Elaine was suing for divorce. Okay, there you go. And custody of their son. So he's even got a kid. So he was trying to blend in. See, this is what I always say. There's a lot of killers just like this. They try to blend into society, have kids, they do normal things. Rees offered an alibi, but Hudson picked him out of a lineup as Margaret's killer, and he was arrested June 24th. That same day, agents searched the Rees family home, and listen to this, in Hyattsville, with permission of the parents. Rees was then hit with federal charges in the kidnap murder of Mildred and Susan Jackson, who had been taken across state lines. Virginia charged Rees with the slayings of Carol and Janet Jackson. Hey, Janet Jackson, wow. A federal grand jury indicted Rees for kidnap and murder for the purpose of sexual gratification. And January 25th, 1961, standing tall, dark, and almost handsome, he went on trial before federal judge Roselle C. Thompson in Baltimore. Barbara and Keith Waldrop testified that Rees resembled the stranger who bothered them with headlight glare the early evening of January 11th. It was noted that the Jackson car had its rearview mirror tilted upwards, obviously done by Jackson to avoid the glare. A legal battle without jury ensued over a .38 Colt Cobra with human blood on the trigger safety lever that was found in an accordion case under the eaves of the Rees home. Also disputed was a diary of sorts in Rees's hand, also found in the box. Caught in a lonely road, the account read in fractured punctuation. After pulling them over, leveled pistol and ordered them out into car trunk, was open and both bound, drove to select area and killed husband and baby. Now the mother and daughter were all mine. The last two words were underlined. So he wrote this in a diary. Jeez. Under this was a newspaper photo of Mildred and Susan. Okay, hold on a second. Mildred and Susan. What was that one? Under this, hold on, let me look at something. Okay. Under this was a newspaper photo of Mildred and Susan. A gag had been drawn across the mother's mouth. There was an obscene account of a sexual act that ended, then tied and gagged, led to her place of execution and hung her. Judge Thompson ruled that gun was admissible, the diary was not. Firearms expert linked the plastic grips found near the husband's body to the Colt found in the Rees home. A 38-year-old woman testified that blinding lights forced her husband to stop on August 4th, 1958, and that a gunman put him in the trunk and sexually molested her. Both were released. She pointed to Rees as the perpetrator. Rees was convicted and sentenced to life in prison. That September 18th, he was tried in Spotsylvania on state charges involving the father and baby. Convicted, he was sentenced to death. Saved by the court. The Virginia Supreme Court upheld the death sentence on October 9, 1962. Excuse me. But appeals dragged the case into the 1970s when the U.S. Supreme Court outlawed the death penalty. Rees remained in Virginia prison until May 1986. when he was transferred to federal custody. He is serving life in federal penitentiary in Springfield, Missouri, and is not eligible for parole. You know, it's kind of interesting because this article came out. I mean, he died right around the same time, like right the same year, everything. Man, these long lulls. Unbelievable. Alright, we got the serial killer. I was going to see if there's anything in the wiki on him. Down here. Arrest and death. The writer of the anonymous letter personally came forward in 1960 to tell authorities that Rees had contacted him and was currently employed as a musician. Okay. Rees was convicted by the state of Maryland. Investigators also suspect... Oh, right here it says. Virginia added a death sentence for the other murders, though it was eventually changed to life in 1972. Melvin died in prison in 1995. So it must have been after that article then. Investigators also suspect Rees was responsible for 4 homicides in the area. Well, I don't think they think anymore that he's responsible for Shamet and Michelle Ann, but I actually kept these aside because I took them out of the folder, and I'll just do them separately. However, right here you have Mary Fellers and Shelby Venable, and the reason that they're on there is because apparently later on he confessed to that. I think down here it actually says that right here. It says, this is an edit that was put in. It says Rees habeas corpus case reached the Supreme Court in 1967. Hey, thanks Zozo. To his being incompetent. He was diagnosed with schizophrenia, but the Supreme Court put their decision on hold until the death decades later, at which point they just put a lid on it with 2 words. Something like certiorari dismissed. However, in 2013 they made a 9-0 decision written by Justice Clarence Thompson, so their earlier decision could be used, whatever. Rees was exonerated for some of the murders he was suspected of. But right here he says, purportedly Rees told a reporter in 1985 about 2 additional murders in 1956. That of Shelby Venable and Mary Fellers. You know, it kind of makes sense too. Probably changed up his MO a little bit. They're all a little bit different too, right? Like strangled some, shot some. And there you go. Anyways, that's it everybody. I hope you guys found that at least a little bit mildly interesting. It was crazy though, all that stuff going on. I think it's always better to, you know, just go through all of the newspapers. And I mean, I could have read through a shitload more, but we're already getting close to 4 hours and I'm about done. You know what I'm saying? So, thank you to LM, Sandy Lee G, thank you for being here for so long. Rhea Mazarone, Eugenie, Kit Kat, Al Spatak, Zozo, Candalee, Woodward Stone, Angie Pangie, Georgina Stoliker, Rita Schaefer, Lee D, Georgina Stoliker, Linda Howell, yep. Rita Schaefer, One Sly Angel, Jessica Schubach, yep. Barry Benton, Caddy Corner. Welcome to Sassafras Cath, LM, Living It, Suzanne Marcella, Caddy Corner, Barry Benton, and Sandra Turner with the cat eye, thank you. One Sly Angel, Patty Barnett, Suzanne Marcella, LM, Zozo, Lee D. All right, and at the very end there, RM Bell. Oh wait, hold on a second. And also, yeah, Angela Vincent. Hey, I haven't seen her in a long time. On PayPal. And then also Charleston Amy on PayPal. So thank you. Is that something else? Oh, and then also Carol. I want to make sure if I can say it. Well, Carol on PayPal also. Well, thank you very much. Didn't even know those are over there. Yeah. Anyways, all right, you guys. You guys have any thoughts on that case? I mean, it's pretty bizarre. I mean, it's amazing the detail that the papers had back then. I mean, you pretty much know every single thing, except that last one changed a couple things. So I don't know if the papers just didn't want to let it out there that the officer was tied up. You know, I don't know. I don't know if that was just something they did. Oh, don't make it. We don't want people to think that our military people are soft. So, you know, that's something that happens sometimes, especially back then. You know, it wouldn't mean that at all. But the first story was that they were both in the car, and he had to put his hands behind the seat, but she didn't do that. Yeah, so tomorrow I have another one from about that time, but we're also going to go over the missing family from Oregon, and I'm actually going to go out there, hopefully, maybe on Wednesday or something like that, because ironically, let's see, this is the Martin family in Portland, so I have their house. And then I have sort of, I think when we work through it, we'll be able to, come up with an area that I can go out and get my GoPro out and maybe bring my drone or whatever and film some spots where maybe they try to deduce where they would have possibly gone into the water if they did. And then, yeah. And then I'll go out there. Yeah, so, but that one's from 1959 as well. They actually put the same stories together. That's how I even found tonight's serial killer case. So I just spent like 4 hours putting together all the stuff for the Martin case. I just kept finding articles, putting them together. Then, in one of them, it said, hey, in Virginia, they have a similar case. So I looked at that one, and then it led me down this long trail that actually turned out to be that there was a serial killer, and then I switched it over and made that the serial killer for tonight. Yeah, it's weird how things work like that sometimes, but it's the Columbia. It's along the in the gorge. They lived in northeast Portland. There, I'll actually show you that part. Hold on. Yeah, this is right around Christmas time, December 8th, I think, is when they went missing, and we're almost right there. So I thought, man, what if I went out there on Wednesday, the same day? And yeah, and actually, I've got the. Let me go to the. There it is. It's right here. That house right there is where they live. And they actually called it Candy Cane Lane because he got everybody in the neighborhood and he would store them in his garage or his house or whatever and put candy canes on all of their lawns for Christmas. He even was in the paper prior to this for organizing it all. And so you have that picture right there, and let's see if I can. Oh, yeah, I think I just saw it. Hold on. Oh, there it was. Yeah, look. It's crazy. Watch this. It even looks exactly the same. Isn't that crazy? See, Northeast Portland has these really beautiful homes that were built way back then, and they've all been remodeled and so forth. But as you can see, that's the same house right there. It's still there. 1959. 61, what is that, 61 years ago? So, anyways, we'll go over that one at another time, but maybe even tomorrow. I might I'll start this one. This one might take days, you know. It might be like the Malvina Krutz one. Remember how that took 3 days, but it was really cool? Looks like there's no dogs around. All right, everybody. Thank you guys very much for showing up tonight. Thanks for supporting the channel. I know we're getting kind of near Christmas. You know, the Decembers aren't usually the best months, anyways. But it is what it is. We've already got $4,000, maybe $500 towards the third genetic case that we're doing, the Addison County Doe case. And so that's going to be awesome. All right. And all we have to do, I think, is another 3,500 or so, which shouldn't take more than maybe this month and next month or something. All right. Thank you guys very much. Hit that like button, and that's it. All right. And if you can't handle a little bit of like, oh my God, I can't, and you're a whiner, then you're just not going to be able to survive it in here. Because I spent a lot of time, and, you know, when people start jumping in, oh, great, it's pronounced like this, you know, I don't mind if I'm saying, hey, I don't know how to pronounce it, but if I'm not even going to mention it more than a few times, I don't need you to jump in, especially if you're wrong with what you're calling, you know, you tell me how to pronounce something, but you don't have the right thing. Okay, so you just do your own thing, okay? What it is it's frustrating when you put all that time in, and then you try to have somebody that's trying to correct you on the pronunciation of a river that you didn't even know what the name was right. You know, you had the wrong river. So it is what it is, and I don't care. I just want to be able to do what I do, and if you guys like watching it, then you like watching it. If you don't, you don't. I'm not going to be covering unless if I started covering a case and it's interesting and I keep going and there's fresh new information all the time, I'll keep covering it. But it's usually when a certain set of YouTubers start covering it, that's when I turn around and take off. But they don't mind at all because they get all of the gold from the stream, you know. Oh, interesting. Stream, and you're live streaming. Get it? You know, like the streamer. You are our sensitive grade. What does that mean? You are our I don't know what that means, man. You gotta write a better sentence than that. Let's see. You are our sensitive. I don't have a clue what that means. But hey, thank you guys very much. We'll see you guys tomorrow. And if you want to go over, if you're a channel member, you can go over to the Discord and hang out, you know, and talk about whatever the hell you want to talk about. There's even a room where you can talk about the cases and so forth. But anyways, we'll see you guys tomorrow, and as I always say, everybody, until next time, be safe out there. And a 2 and a 3 and a... Yeah, I've been doing this true crime thing for quite a while now.
And during this whole time, I have not seen
Oh, okay.
one person.
That makes sense what you just wrote, Mario, but that other sentence still doesn't make sense.
Like rejector,
knowing that.
Certified human lie detector.
What do you mean, Gray? What do you mean?
On a stretch.
Yeah, I don't understand it either, Mario, but thank you. Thank you.
Crime sector is
My
my
nectar has a way of gonna give another lecture. Crime collector, freak connector. I'm always gonna be a protector. Food reflector, interceptor. And I mean a little spectre with a vector on his pector. With all respect, y'all.
Just remember, I've a temple fucking check ya.
I have the agenda. I'm the pretender.
And I'll serve it to you straight
Without the blender.
And in the end, I'm gonna send ya on a mission to reveal the true offender.
All right,
Yeah, so
everybody,
let's get right
thank
back to it.
you.
Yes, everybody, thank you. We will see you guys tomorrow. Oh, and be safe out there.